Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome. We will start by getting by taking roll.
Dr. Solicito,
Here.
Mr. Espinoza, Dr. Grant,
Here.
Ms. Pulowski,
Here.
Ms. Prado is absent. Dr. Maniak. Dr. Bradbury.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, great. So I'd like to again begin this meeting with a land acknowledgement. This is a public recognition of the Indigenous people who have been dispossessed and displaced from their ancestral homelands and territories. A land acknowledgement is the first step towards creating a policy of inclusion that recognizes the culture, history, and continued contributions of the original caretakers of this land on which the meeting is held. This statement is made to acknowledge the Nisenan, the Southern Maidu, the Valley and Plains Miwok, and the Patwin Wintun people, as well as the Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe, the Wilton Rancheria. This acknowledgement also marks the Board of Veterinary Medicine's commitment to work with these tribes on issues of mutual concern. I'd also like to welcome our newest board member, Dr. Stephen Maniak. I, of course, was going to get it wrong. I was trying so hard. And no, it's Dr. Maniak. He was appointed to the board at the end of July, and we're really excited to have you. He's a small animal practitioner. He works in Long Beach, I believe. And he has some other interesting roles. He served on the board of the Veterinary Cooperative, and he is a regional thought leader for IDEX. And we're just really excited to have you on the board. So welcome. Yeah, we're almost there for a full board. I'd also just like to recognize veterinary technicians. This is National Veterinary Technician Week, and we are so grateful to what they contribute to this profession. And I just wanted to say thank you. So with that, we will move on to our agenda item number 2. And let me go back to my notes. That's public comment on items not on the agenda. Just to remind everyone before we open the public comments, individuals making comments should not discuss any pending complaints, pending license applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may later come before the board for a decision. Also, just be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members, but it's not a discussion between board members and the public. And the only action board members can take during and after public comment is to listen to the comments and decide whether they should be placed on the future agenda. We can't discuss or take any action on any matter raised during the public comment section, except to decide where to place the matter on any future agenda item. So with that, are there any public comments in the room? I don't see any. Moderator, would you open it up to the public, please?
We are now open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment for items not on the agenda, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Our first comment looks like it's coming from JC. Hold on just a moment. We're going to give you 3 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 15-second warning before your time expires.
I am making a public comment that as a California resident, I do believe it should be my right to decide what kind of care my pets should get. I'm having a hard time getting care for my animal for chiropractic services, and that's due to my vet being unable to supervise my chiropractor performing animal chiropractic. So I would like the board to consider opening direct access to certified animal chiropractors so I can have access to get my pet care since my options are very limited. Thank you.
Thank you. And that appears to be our only request for public comment online.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, the meeting minutes. Does anybody have any corrections or concerns? I'm looking over here. Huh?
I know. I normally review all of these, but I was on a plane until Sunday night, so I could not go back and listen like I normally do.
Okay.
But I did read them.
I
did
read them
read
too.
them.
I didn't see anything.
So, and I did not see anything. I read through them and I compared them to my notes, but I didn't, I couldn't do my
Okay.
normal review, but I didn't see anything.
Great. Can we get a motion then?
I will move to approve the minutes.
I second the motion.
Great. Any public comment in the room? There's none. Moderator, would you open that up to the public online, please?
Absolutely. We are open for public comment once again via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3. And for our mobile device users, you have 3 different pages and only one of them has a hand button, so you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... and cycle through the 3 different pages in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, please. And then we'll take a vote, and Dr. Maniak, you'll just abstain.
Dr. Solocito,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Dr. Maniak, Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, fantastic.
Can I vote?
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
No.
I, nope.
Okay. Mayak instead of Maniac. We're not having you vote. What's going on? It's the rain. It's a low pressure system. Okay, so now we're moving on to agenda item number 4, the report and update from Department of Consumer Affairs from Melissa Gear. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello and good morning, President Dr. Bradbury, Vice President Dr. Solocito, Executive Officer Sieferman, and members of the board. Excuse me. I'm Melissa Gear, Deputy Director for Board and Bureau Relations, and I appreciate the opportunity to share the Department of Consumer Affairs update this morning. Before I begin, I would like to take a few moments to welcome Dr. Steve Maniak to the board and his first meeting. You're welcome. Thank you for your service and commitment to protecting California's consumers. So now I will start with our updates. First update is the new Business and Travel Expense Reimbursement Program. The state's Department of Human Resources, also known as CalHR, recently released an updated travel policy to align with the federal policies outlined by the U.S. General Services Administration. Effective October 1st, 2024, DCA will use the federal standard meals and incidental expense rates for in-state and out-of-state travel. DCA will also use the federal standard and non-standard reimbursement lodging rates. Information on these changes was shared with board leaders at the end of September. Board members are encouraged to become familiar with the new travel expense reimbursement program and rates. Please contact Board and Bureau Relations with any questions regarding these changes. Next up, we have an update on DEI. DCA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, or DEI Steering Committee, will meet on October 25th, 2024. The committee will elect a chair and vice chair, discuss language access and workforce development, and review the DEI committee's membership application. new unconscious bias training for board members. I'm excited to share that DCA is updating its current unveiling unconscious bias training to specifically focus on board members, your critical roles, and how unconscious bias can affect your decision-making authority. The training will be self-paced and available in DCA's Learning Management System, or LMS. We anticipate launching this new training in early 2025, and board members must take it annually. As a reminder, DCA offers over 20 online DEI training courses in its learning management system. While these courses are not mandatory, board members and board leaders are strongly encouraged to take these trainings as you are instrumental in leading department-wide change. Next, our Promise campaign launch. State Employees Giving at Work campaign. Every year, state employees join together to pledge their support of nonprofits that provide critical services to our communities. As you may remember, this annual giving campaign is called Our Promise. From October through December 31st, employees and board members can give a one-time donation or monthly payroll deduction to a nonprofit of their choice. These contributions have a positive impact by providing vital resources to those experiencing poverty, homelessness, and food insecurity, and offering support to causes such as veterans, animals, the environment, and more. This year, DCA's Our Promise efforts will be led by Monica Vargas, Deputy Director of Communications, and Karen Navarro, Assistant Deputy Director of Communications. Be on the lookout for the official Our Promise launch announcement soon. In the meantime, please contact Board and Bureau Relations with any questions. And with that, I'd like to say again, thank you for the opportunity to join you this morning. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, public comment? Moderator, would you open it up to those online, please?
We are open for public comment on the DCA update. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're going to move on to agenda item number 5, update, discussion, and possible action regarding the American Association of Veterinary State Boards. And we have our esteemed Dr. Nunez on the line. Moderator, if you can
Can you hear-
unmute him.
can you-
Yeah, we can.
So I apologize. I did order a new headset, Dr. Bradbury, but it hasn't arrived yet.
Okay.
So hopefully I will speak loudly and clearly, and hopefully that'll be sufficient.
Thank you.
I emailed you my report this morning. Board members are used to last minute board package materials. So you have it in your email if you want to check that. Most I'm going to present on the annual meeting, which was held last month, September 24th to 28th in California. We held it at the Lowe's Coronado Bay Resort down in San Diego. It was California's turn to host the meeting. And as is tradition, the current president of the medical board gives a presentation on how great our state is. And Dr. Bradbury gave a fantastic presentation welcoming everyone to California. I didn't know that we make more milk than Wisconsin. The meeting was well attended, as you can see on the numbers. This year there's 50 voting delegates. Last year there were 52. Year before that, 50. So I think there's 68 members in AAVSB. So 50 is a pretty good turnout. Alternate delegates are there. And then it's broken down. Delegates are funded, which means that AAVSB pays for delegates to attend the meetings. Legal counsel funding program is also there. Lots of first-time attendees, um, member boards with multiple attendees, total conference attendees, et cetera, et cetera. The next page has a breakdown of voting delegates and alternate delegates from year to year, registration type, executive directors, member boards, and others. And there's a map on which states were represented at our meetings. So a good portion of the country was in attendance. The other bit of information I have is guests and allied organizations. As you can see, we had representatives from the AVMA, from the AVTE, the other CVMA, the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association, the ICVA, NAFTA, the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons. That's the English version of the AVMA. They're all called surgeons. Veterinary Council of New Zealand, USDA, ICVA, SAVMA, and not on the list was Italy was also in the house. Also included just an agenda of the meeting. The first day was mostly committee meetings and executive directors and registrars summit and the board of directors meeting. All the committee meetings were open, just in the spirit of transparency. Anyone in attendance could attend the committee meetings to see what the AVSP is working on. The only committee that was closed was the exam development workshop, because that's where they create the test questions, and those are secret. But all the other meetings were open to the public. And the next day was the business session, where there's reports given to the General Assembly from the AVSP president, the treasurer. There was a nomination for new officers and new board members. So the call for nominations was on Friday and the election was on Saturday. That was interesting. And the next page has some of the lecture topics that were given, including a lecture on veterinarians and cognitive decline, which was interesting. They were talking about the concept of starting at age 60, having licensees take a cognitive test to evaluate cognition. Just something down the road. The results of the elections, we did get another member on the board from the West. Nevada is now on the board. We also have a new board member from New York, which is East Coast. But Nevada and California are the only two Western states on the board. Jennifer Pedigo and Mark Chmielewicz. Mark C. Jessica probably can say his name better than I can.
Schmelowitz.
Frank Richardson is our new president, and Dr. Timothy Kolb is our next president-elect. And my report also includes a list of all the board members. The MDC had a presentation from AAVSB on the policy changes for the VTNE. That's included in your board package. That just streamlines the eligibility process for taking the VTNE. There's new exam window dates, and the process where the AAVSP is going to evaluate accredited school programs, alternative route programs. Also in the package, I have colorful charts on our strategic plan. This strategic plan is going to be updated in Kansas at the end of this month. So this is the progress and updates on how we did this year with our objectives. And I've also included, so you know what we're up to, a list of our meeting dates. Our board meetings are we have board meetings once a month. Most of them are virtual over Zoom, but every 3 months we do meet in person and at various locations just to be seen all over the country. There's also other meetings, national meetings that representatives from the AAVSB goes to stay involved, and that's also listed in your board package. I don't get to go to any of these meetings. It's usually the executive director, the president-elect, dignitaries like that. And the last thing I would say is that at our strategic planning session at the end of the month, I think this came out of the executive directors meetings. A survey was sent out to all member boards to let us know what your needs are, what your concerns are. And we encourage all member boards to complete that survey and get it back to us before our meeting at the end of this month. And that's my report. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Nunez. I don't have any specific questions. I think I have some comments just to kind of explain what my experience was. So I don't have any specific questions for you. I just thought for the new member, as well as probably Mr. Espinoza, clarifying again what the AAVSB is, because you're probably wondering why we have a report on this. So there's this national group. It's technically a nonprofit organization that was, I think it was formed around the VTNE, or they purchased the VTNE. I'm not a historian on it, but it sort. Go ahead, Dr. Nunez.
I'm not either. I'm thinking 50 years old. I think I saw.
Yeah. And I think the idea is, an organization that brings all of the regulatory boards together. It includes Canada, Puerto Rico, so it's actually an international organization. They have a more international wing that we kind of learned about at the executive meeting, board of directors meeting. It sounded like from the questions that you were asking, Dr. Nunez, that this was something you were unaware of, but they, it's a group of individuals that are getting together to try and stay ahead of issues in veterinary medicine, and they provide this Model Practice Act, and our board is the largest in the United States, and operates very differently than most state boards. So many of them utilize the AAVSB for help and guiding them in their regulations. But what they do does sometimes indirectly, sometimes unexpectedly affect us. We ended up in a lawsuit that was that quoted their Model Practice Acts, as the standard, and so it's important to stay involved. And they administer the VTNE for our RVTs, and so that directly impacts us. And so we try and stay involved. And Jessica is very involved, and we're lucky to have Dr. Nunez on the board of directors. Which are there 8 of you? Is that?
There's 10. On
Okay.
the board.
Yeah, so, and then for a long time, we had, there's some other kind of offshoot, not offshoot, but organizations that work with them. And we've had some members participate in those organizations as well. So as time goes on, if you guys are interested in participating, there's lots of volunteer opportunities, and the more we are involved in that, it's probably helpful. I know that Ms. Pulowski is on one committee or two, just one then. Yeah. So anyway, I just thought I would give you a little background on that. Does
Yeah,
anybody have any questions for Dr. Nunez, or go ahead, Dr.
My
Nunez?
apologies to the new members who may not have known exactly who I was or what I was doing. So thank you for that.
I should have done that to begin with. That was
Yeah.
my job.
You're right. Some of the member boards have a staff of 2. So you're right. California is very different than a lot of the member boards. And so um, the Model Practice Act that you mentioned is a practice act that member boards can copy and paste certain sections of that practice act to incorporate into their state practice act. California, of course, we do our own thing. We don't need a model practice act per se, but a lot of member boards do rely heavily on the services that are provided by AABSP. They do a lot of work with mobility of a license, transferring of data, disciplinary actions, licensing and different, it's just kind of like a one source where you can get information on all of that, which is becoming more and more important with mobility issues, with corporate medicines and so forth. It is challenging because all states are different. It's I never realized how different this country was until I started working at the national level. Some states don't have permits for their hospitals. Some states don't regulate, not many, but don't regulate veterinary technicians, and they're proud of it. So it's a little challenging for the AABSB to be everything for everyone, but I think it's a good organization for us to be involved with. As Dr. Sullivan says, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. We are the biggest member in the organization. So,
And Dr. Nunez was on the board for 9 years, and he was the president of the board multiple times. He's now on the MDC, so that's how he ended up at the AABSB level. So it doesn't seem like there's any questions specifically for you.
I have one last thing to say. In the package are proclamations that mostly thank committee members and officers for their service. We inadvertently left off our very own Kathy Bowler. So I'm going to make sure that there is a proclamation sent out for Kathy on her service for the public member to the ICVA.
Thank you.
That was an embarrassing oversight.
Thank you, Dr. Nunez. I just thought we should probably update the board. The last meeting, we were talking about the nominees for the Board of Directors and Kentucky and that nomination. I'll just kind of give my update from the meeting. Both Marie and I attended. I actually came in early so that I could attend some of the earlier committee meetings. I did attend the executive directors meeting, and I found it interesting. There were some items that were being discussed or brought up that it seemed to me, and you can correct me, Dr. Nunez, but it seems like there are times when things are happening or policies are being enacted before the actual board is able to vote on it or discuss it. And like the response to those questions about what is this actually being enacted, I thought we were supposed to vote on it, and the response was, oh, we haven't had time to. And so uh, I don't know if you remember that, Dr. Nunez, but it seems like there are times that the board of directors are not involved in important discussions.
It's we haven't, California um, hasn't been on the board in many, many years. And getting onto a new board does take some time learning their culture. So it's, I think the board, as any board does, has challenges with communication. When our board members are all over the country, and some of them are veterinarians, some of them are executive directors. And as you can see from the strategic plan, the association does a lot of different things, so many different committees and so much different work, and reporting all these back. It's a work in progress. I recognize that there's issues, but Jessica says I have to stay and keep working. So
Well, it's great. I
I'll-
think
I'll
that
keep
it
working.
was with some fresh faces on the board, some of these things may continue to sort of, um, move in that direction. So I'm hopeful there. I also attended the Executive Officer Summit with Jessica, which was 2 days, like half days, so 1 day total. But that was I thought that was really good. There were some interesting discussions, mainly on how other states and provinces handle things like telemedicine, unlicensed practice, and then the scope of RVT practice. And a couple things that I think I took away. One was some of the penalties for unlicensed practice in other states. I think some of them have like criminal penalties. I saw that actually. I looked that up, in North Carolina does. And they have much higher, like, was it $40,000 or $50,000? Like much higher fines. I know that we've run into opposition from, I think it's agricultural interests, when we've tried to push forward stiffer fines for unlicensed practice. But it was very, very interesting to me to see how much of a deterrent they have in some of these other states, which it would be nice to be able to um, uh, improve our ability to deter people from unlicensed practice. Currently, just for your information, both of you, unlicensed practice, we have a limit of $5,000 as a fine, and it doesn't matter how many infractions there are. Maybe that's the wrong term, but it's a maximum of $5,000 fine. So you can imagine someone who's making $400,000 a year doing it, $5,000, they'll just keep doing it. And then another interesting thing, in many states, it sounds like RVTs are allowed to perform equine dentistry. And we have all talked about it, how to improve utilization of RVTs and access to veterinary care for individuals. And so that was an interesting thing that I had never heard or thought about. And then at the delegate meeting, I think Jessica will have probably a little bit more to say. She's always much better at describing these situations. We ended up going into closed session, and the AVSB did ask that we discuss this with our boards in closed session if possible, but that's not something that that we do because of our well, we have to do things openly. So so I am going to tell you about that a little bit. Actually, I might have Jessica tell you about that. You don't want to? Would you prefer I did? I can. You weren't prepared for that. Okay. All right. So as you may remember, there was initially one of, somebody that's a colleague of Jessica's, Michelle Shane from Kentucky. She's been on the board of directors, and Kentucky nominated her again to run again. And she was asked to pull her nomination by the board of directors. She was asked to do that, and was also asked not to give any information as to why she was pulling her nomination. That stirred some controversy, and Kentucky was not happy with that, understandably, because they wanted it was taking away their right to nominate somebody. So there was some letters back and forth from Kentucky, which I believe we all received, and some questions as to, what exactly happened. There was in the letter some discussion about mysterious contract, though we ended up not getting much more information in the closed session. So in the closed session, their attorney, the AVSB attorney, read a prepared statement. In that statement, he actually said words like there was malfeasance and things that were pretty harsh, and it was they were not specific. They said they couldn't be specific, but they used terms that were pretty derogatory towards Ms. Shane. And they initially stated that they weren't going to take any questions, and they were just going to read this statement for legal purposes. And that wasn't well received by the delegates on the board, or on the delegates to the AVSB. Because of that, the representative from Kentucky was very active in the discussion, and there was a motion to allow Ms. Shane to read a statement. That was we voted, and when we vote, we have to actually stand up, and that's our vote. So it's a little bit daunting, because the president of the AVSB is there, and they're all watching us, and we don't want to be offensive to the AVSB either, and so it's an interesting dynamic. But in any case, she was allowed to read a statement, some of a statement. They gave her a 3-minute time limit and cut her off without finishing her statement, which just didn't seem right. And then there was a motion to put off any additional discussions and votes until the following day, because not all of the delegates had received the letter from Kentucky and had a chance to read over it. And then there was a motion oh gosh, I forget the words of it. It was what was the word?
Vote of no confidence.
Yeah, no confidence. A vote of no confidence for the executive team, so the president and president-elect of the board of directors, and the CEO, who was trying to say he had nothing to do with it, which maybe it was not a pleasant meeting, part of the meeting. It was a little uncomfortable, but in any case, that failed. But there definitely it was clear that the delegates wanted more transparency from the AAVSB Board of Directors and the executive team. It was clear that people wanted more information about what had happened. It was pointed out that if there was malfeasance and all of the things that Ms. Shane was accused of, then why did they allow her to stay on the board, which they did. They've allowed her to stay on the board and serve her term. Like if these things were actually so bad, then you would think that she would be removed. But she wasn't. So there's still some questions, and I think people were unsettled by it. But we ended up moving on and moving forward and nominating some other folks to the board. So that was how that ended up. I think it was a positive thing in the end because I think that people are more engaged than they have been in the past. It seems like based on the other meetings, a lot of people when I've gone and observed as an alternate delegate. And last year when I was the delegate, or not last year, the year before, I guess, I felt like there was a lot of sort of rubber stamping of things during these meetings, but this really caused some I think healthy discussion and perhaps a little bit of a shake up and wake up call for the leadership to know that they really need to be more transparent and include include things uh, for the delegates so that we're more involved in what's happening. Do you have anybody have anything to add about that before I move on to any other? Doesn't look like it. Okay. And then as Dr. Nunez mentioned, I think the most interesting lecture was on, it was I think it was a psychologist who presented on cognitive decline in the medical professions. And he went more specifically into veterinary medicine, but had just, we were talking about it in general. And it is, I think, something that we all professions, now that we're all living longer and able to physically do our jobs longer, it is something that we're facing. Is that there, and I think that it's growing in terms of the number of people. We know that dementia seems to have just seems to be a bigger problem now than it was before, although, maybe it's being diagnosed more, hard to say. But in any case, it's something as a consumer protection board, we need to, I think, keep on our radar. And the main sort of point that he was making is we really, it would be much better if folks were, if this was being identified before there were complaints and people having disciplinary actions on their license at the end of their really, of their service to veterinary medicine. It would be so much better if they were retiring before a disciplinary action was being taken, and for consumers and patients before damage had been done. And he had several ideas. One was screening, which I think was not well received. And he mentioned that, the DMV screens people for their driving license. But that there was a lot of concern about age discrimination and how that would go. And then to get a full screening, like if you had a preliminary screening test, and then that would require a full screening test, which is from was it a neuropsychiatrist or neuropsychiatrist. He, those are $3,000 to $5,000, and it's like 6 to 8 months before you can get an appointment. And that would be like forced upon these people to pay for themselves. And these tests are not, not 100%, and we could be, causing people an undue hardship. But the other option that he had discussed, which Jessica and I thought seemed like a good idea, was peer discussions and trying to educate veterinarians about how to have these difficult conversations with their colleagues and mentors, and and trying to get information out there and sort of have it be something that we're discussing in the field, so that people that that you trust, like if if this ever happens to me, somebody I'm working with that I know and trust, if they were like, hey, I noticed this is happening, I would be more likely to take a step back and be self-reflective, and than if some random person was just saying, you made this mistake, so I would hope somebody would come talk to me about it, but I know that that would be a really difficult discussion to have. But we brought it up at the CVMA meeting to see if there was any continuing education that they knew of, where some communications skills type of continuing education, and maybe we could at least try and put some things out into our newsletters or anything like that. Jessica, do you have anything to add on that?
That specifically or just in general?
That's not that specifically in general. Yeah, so that's about it for my experience there.
All right. So a couple of things just to elaborate on. When the executive director session, we had talked about unlicensed practice, which you all know we've delegated to the MDC. The unlicensed subcommittee is looking at ways to essentially give us more ways to combat unlicensed practice. And we do currently have the ability to issue the citation. And in that citation, we have the ability, if they're using telephone line, to shut down that telephone line that they're using and their illegal advertising, which no other states have that capability to do. We have the ability to use the Attorney General's office to file an injunction, but that's very, very expensive and very, very time consuming. And it's a toss up whether or not it'll be successful. It is criminal, it's a misdemeanor to do unlicensed practice in California too. But that relies on us, and just like all the other states who have that ability, it relies on their district attorneys to take those cases, which we have not been very successful with in the past. So when it comes to those administrative tools that we have, we did seem to have the most teeth when it comes to unlicensed practice. There's quite a bit of states who actually don't feel like they have and have been told by their attorneys any authority to enforce against unlicensed practice. And so when they get the complaints, they're not able to do anything about it. What is interesting though, another part of the unlicensed practice subcommittee is looking at what other states have as far as their financial incentives to incentivize compliance. And Dr. Bradbury is right. There's other states during that conversation who had shared that they have no cap on the amount of citation that the fine that they can issue. And to be clear, in our statutes, we don't have a cap either. We have in our regulations that sets it out for unlicensed practice. I believe it's a minimum of 2,000 up to 5,000 per occurrence or per violation. What happens is we have a general business and professions code that all of the boards fall under, that says when you're issuing a citation, it can't be over $5,000 per investigation. And so if we do an investigation and we go out and we find 20 instances of unlicensed practice and harm, we can issue a citation and we can assess a $5,000 fine at each class C violation. But because of the 125.9, we have to cap it out at 5,000. And so I think that's the unique piece of it. And there's some boards, like at my prior board, there was a statute that was written to allow the board to do up to, I believe it was up to $50,000 for the occurrence of the unlicensed practice or violating that chapter, sorry. So there's other ways that other boards have used to kind of go around that 125.9 in the statutory cap. So that's one thing that this board is looking at doing. But it was comforting to see that other states, they are currently doing really large financial fines, and it seems to be working well for them because it's a huge deterrent to be faced with that fine. So there's that. We also talked about AEVSB. We recently started off up through one of our committees. It's the Executive Director Advisory Committee that I serve on, that we created regional meetings. So we, and with us, we lead our own region. So I have a region of 6 states, and then there's an executive director that recently left. And so I volunteered to help with her region until there was replacements. There's another 6 or 7 states that I help with. But what we're talking about when it comes to unlicensed practice is one tool that we don't have is a sharing of actions that are taken. We all report our discipline, not all, 50% of us report our discipline, but no one is reporting unlicensed practice. And what we do see with unlicensed practice is they go from one state to another state. And so what I had asked for, and it seems to be well received, is to see if AEBSB is willing to create some kind of portal to where we can also have the option to upload our unlicensed practice actions. And that way we can communicate that. So when we know that this individual is going to these other states, they'll be aware of it as well. So we've asked for that. Another thing that we aren't necessarily going to go through AEBSB with is looking at doing some kind of MOUs with the governments, because I think most of us, if not all, have the ability to share investigative files with government agencies. And so when we know that we have an investigation happening and maybe that individual is also doing the same thing in Nevada, then we will be able to share our investigative files together and have a joint investigation, or at least share the information to hopefully have better cases and shut it down in both states.
What's an MOU?
Memorandum of Understanding, sorry. We're just looking at options. And then I just wanted to note. Oh, what?
Just in regards to what you just said, when the board does an investigation involving controlled substances, is DEI informed?
DEI, no. DEA, yes.
DEA.
Yeah. DEA, yes. We work with the DEA quite frequently. There's other states who don't use that as a tool that we've brought up, that they might want to reach out more to the DEA because they seem open to those investigations. They also are notified when our licensees are disciplined too. So we work with the DEA in our investigations.
Because one of the representatives from the DEA had implied that they don't get that information and they would want it. And I'm pretty sure they get that information from us.
Well, so I don't think they get the information from all states, and the people who were in San Diego giving that presentation were actually from DC, because they since it's a national audience, they had to be from their national headquarters. But if you noticed on the gentleman on the very left side of the room, he was actually our DEA contact in San Diego. So we work with their office along with other offices throughout the state for the DEA. But I think their concern was more of the other states who aren't working with them, who are interested in working with them.
Thank you.
Yep. The other thing I wanted to just note on the cognitive decline, I do think it's an issue that is facing all state boards are facing currently right now, and it's unfortunate. But when we get those complaints, they often come from anonymous employees who are concerned. They see mistakes happening. They're concerned that the individual is still practicing and shouldn't be practicing, or it'll come with animals were harmed. And it's clear that there are some challenges there. We have the ability, depending on what we have, to issue a petition to compel, where we do have them do an evaluation. We do pay for that. We consider it an investigative tool, so it's not subject to public disclosure. It's not a disciplinary action, but it's a tool that we use, and it's a very important tool. But depending on what what happens from that, so in the evaluation, the evaluator could say there's no problems, or there's insufficient evidence to suggest there's a problem, or this person is safe to practice safely as long as they do the following and they have conditions in there, or they say this person is not safe to practice. If we get the evaluation comes back and says the person is safe to practice as long as and list conditions, then we'll file an accusation and we'll offer settlement based on what that evaluator said to make sure that they're safe to practice. Or we'll do, if the evaluator says they're not safe, period, we won't settle. We'll go to hearing. But both of those things are disciplinary actions. And so when you know that there's someone that shouldn't be practicing and hasn't yet harmed someone, we'd rather not wait until they harm someone. We'd rather those conversations happen early. He did mention in the beginning that when he was listing the options, he seemed to be a big proponent of screening at the age of 60. I'm very concerned about that. He did compare it to the DMV and say that you do it for a license, why wouldn't you do it to practice? But to me, it's a very different thing, a license to drive a vehicle versus your whole license to make a living and help patients. I think it's a very different scale. But I do think that it would be good to have the employees and their colleagues be more comfortable having those challenging conversations to get some education on where do I even start? Go ahead.
Does anyone know how are some of the human healthcare fields dealing with this issue?
So I don't know that, but that is something that we're going to be looking into. I do know that over the years that I've been at DCA, it's come up multiple times trying to find other options. There has been some boards who have said that, well, we'll just stipulate that they retire, which I get, but to me, when it comes to like long-term consumer protection, that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't renew, right? And that also doesn't provide any kind of, if there was something where a patient was harmed, there's no public document tied to that if you take any kind of action. It just, to me, that doesn't seem like the right solution. But I get wanting to have to do something before it gets to discipline. So I think we're all kind of struggling with it, but we are going to look into more of some solutions.
Tara?
I also provide counsel to the dental board, and I know that they recently got some continuing education credit in their statute for licensing mental health and wellness. And perhaps, through those types of courses, these issues could start getting brought up and discussed and delivered to the licensees for their consideration, especially when they've had, many years, decades of excellent practice, and then start to experience cognitive decline, so that they could start to think about, how they want to end their career. Also, dental board, there's no mandatory evaluation of licensees at any age, and they similarly use the petition for submission to evaluation. And one of the things I wanted to bring up, there are times that licensees refuse to go get evaluated by medical or psychiatric professional. And in those instances, then they proceed through the disciplinary process, and many times absolutely lose their license. It's just revoked because of a failure to appear or submit to the evaluations. I am seeing that.
Yeah.
So that's just another pathway, unfortunately.
I had a quick question. So are they having mandatory CE for mental health, or is it just getting it as a accepted CE?
It's optional.
Dr. Solicito?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of put it out there. Part of it also, I don't think that people just don't want to retire, right? A lot of it, and I've met quite a few of these folks who seem to feel the responsibility of finding an appropriate successor of their practice, that without a proper succession planning, I guess, puts them in this position that they continue on and on and on because they have established relationships with families and their pets and their families. So I guess part of the discussion should also be including succession planning for, graceful and, like a comfortable retirement for aging veterinarians, which I feel a lot of it, they do deserve to have that, but they do feel the guilt of giving up on their practices.
Yep. So that, I think that's something for the board to explore. The CE, I thought that was probably the best solution that was offered out there, but also looking at how other states are handling it and what our boards within DCA are handling, what would be good as well. And that's it for me. I don't know. I mean, Dr. Sullivan and Marie were there too.
Yeah, do you guys have anything to add? It was an exciting meeting.
Yeah, it was an exciting meeting. The only thing I would add is I did some pre-conference stuff. I did the member board training in the pre-conference, and it was a lot of good information. Started out talking about what AAVSB is, what they do, went into definitions of just things that boards handle. And then we had some table discussions on like the VCPR and telemedicine and stuff. But the training I thought was really interesting. It was something I think probably would have benefited me at the start of my time on the MDC. I don't know what training you guys receive as board members, but I know over there it was kind of just jump right in. So just thought I'd let you know that something like that would be helpful.
Yes, I'm on the regulatory, well, I was on the regulatory task force. Now they moved it to a committee. I've been on it for 5 years. I went on it because I didn't like what they were doing. And I have figured out whether it's AVMA or Veterinary Medical Board or AAVSB, you can holler a lot louder from the inside than the outside. So the regulatory task force deals with a lot of policies. Mainly, we're working with the PAM right now, which is the Practice Act model. We've gotten to a point now that's been in place for a number of years, but it really is a composite of both statute and regulations. So right now we're taking out those elements that really should be in regulations, and we're working on making model regulations. Over the years, we've discussed telemedicine, CBD regulations, RVT tasks, expanding those areas, corporate practice, and now the new one that everybody's looking at, of course, is AI. There was a subcommittee that was working on that. They have now moved it forward, and I have joined the new committee because I want to see exactly what regulations can and are possible to address the importance of AI in veterinary medicine as to who has the liability and responsibility of it. That's it. Oh, the meeting our committee had a 1.5 day meetings there. And so I stayed for the whole session, but was kicked out of the confidentiality that had all the excitement. So I didn't get to see that.
But now you've heard it.
Yeah. A few times.
Okay, any questions? All right, any public comment in the room? I don't see any. Moderator, can you open it up to public comment online, please?
Absolutely. We are open for public comment on agenda item 5. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, if you're having trouble finding that hand button, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... and cycle through the 3 different pages in order to find the hand. We're going to wait just a couple more seconds to see if we have a request. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, I think it's been suggested that since it's morning and we all are exposed to diuretics, we should perhaps take a 10-minute break before moving forward. Sorry, Dr. Sullivan. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at
Do-
11.
Do you need
15?
to?
Oh,
do
go
you need
ahead.
does the public need to have an opportunity to ask me questions? Because if
We
not,
just did.
oh, you did to the people in the room. I don't know if the moderator needed to open up the,
He just did.
okay. I will.
Sorry. Are you okay? Should we have a
cognitive-
conversation?
It's cognitive decline, yes. And Dr. Sullivan, you didn't hear from me. What
No,
happened?
thank you so much, Dr. Nunez. I really appreciate you coming and doing this on your busy schedule. So I do really appreciate your time and your efforts on the board and being such a great representative to us. You're perfect for that position. So thank you.
Thank you. Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, so we'll reconvene at 11:15. Okay, we're reconvening. So welcome back to those online. We are moving on to agenda item 6A. We have Dr. Sullivan. I don't know if Marie's gonna, but anyway, we'll go ahead and start with 6A. Overview of the October 15th, 2024 MDC meeting. Dr. Sullivan, take it away.
Thank you. Hello and greetings from the MDC. First, I want to commend our MDC. We do not get reimbursed for travel or rooms for our meeting, and yet everyone showed up for the meeting yesterday. I am very happy with that kind of support and engagement that our committee has. The meeting was called to order at 10 a.m. and roll call was taken with 100% in-person attendance. There were no public comments on items not on the agenda. The minutes of July 23rd, 2024 meeting, the minutes were approved with no corrections. Agenda item 4 was a presentation from Mr. Todd Van Dijk, the Executive Director of the Association of Veterinary Technician Educators. They are developing a project to, and I quote, understand the current state of the veterinary technician national exam, what we call the VTNE, including factors influencing pass rates and doing this over a 3 to 5 year period, unquote. This will include a third-party resource experienced in this type of exploration. The primary goal of this research project is to analyze the VTNE pass rate over the past 3 to 5 years and identify factors that may influence these outcomes. Specifically, they aim to determine what variables are associated with exam success, providing valuable insight to individual educational programs and informing broader discussions on credentialing and accreditation efforts. I would strongly recommend that you listen to this presentation in its entirety to get a better feel for the program than I can fully explain in a summary report. The next agenda item was a presentation by Ms. Amy Farmer, Senior Director of Mobility at the AAVSB. Her presentation was an update on the development of the VTNE. She showed a map of the states and Canadian jurisdictions that use the VTNE. She then went on to explain, one, the occupational analysis that is done every 5 years for this, for the development of this test. Two, how the questions for the test are developed, applying necessary metrics and several layers of review to make sure that it is defensible. Three, the makeup of a 12-member VTNE committee and the need of diversification of this committee. And four, the details and the development of the questions on how the tests are monitored to watch for cheaters. Again, another presentation I would recommend everyone listening to get the full context of it. Agenda item 6, we will cover on your next agenda item. Agenda item 7 was an update and discussion from the inspection committee. Dr. Getkin introduced the topic. Ms. Pulowski is also on the committee. That was followed by Ms. Ashley Sanchez's demonstration of the new mobile inspection app, which is done on an iPad. It was impressive. She went through an example of how the program would work from the input of the basic data of the practice, much of which can be downloaded from Breeze, then a step-by-step example of an actual inspection, how the information is put into the system, focusing on infractions, if there are any, how they are documented, including uploading of medical records and pictures of the infractions, and any notes related to the inspection that will document the process of the inspection. Once that is finished, she explained how it is then closed if there are no infractions, or if there are infractions, how the inspection part is closed and the data of the infraction is sent to the enforcement group for follow-up. The development of this inspection app was the result of a competitive grant proposal that Jessica and her team won to fund its development. It will launch in the first part of November, and it is really cool. Agenda item 8 was an update from the Complaint Process Audit Subcommittee presented by Drs. Waterhouse and Getkin. Each quarter, there are consultants and SME roundtable discussions. The board utilizes consultant veterinarians to perform an initial evaluation of case file to determine whether there exists a potential departure from the standard of care. If this is the case, it is then forwarded to the subject matter expert veterinarian to perform a full written review. There are currently 5 board consultants. There are currently 5 veterinary board consultants. During the June and July, veterinarians reviewed 138 cases, of which 83 were closed by staff as no violations. 3 were closed with an educational letter. 3 had to be closed due to insufficient evidence, and 49 cases were determined to need a full expert review. Likewise, the SME's roundtable discussion gives them the opportunity to discuss cases, how to write up the cases properly so that they can be in the correct format as the case goes through the disciplinary process. The board's DAG liaison, Ms. Neva Tenson, was also present to answer questions from the prosecutorial perspective and help clarify different approaches to case review and write-up. Subject matter expert veterinarians were able to review 61 cases, of which 14 were closed as no violation. 5 were closed with educational letters. 3 were cited or prepped for citation, and 39 were transmitted to the Attorney General's office for disciplinary action. Those 39 cases included only 8 respondents. You also have a copy of the memorandum, and you'll see a list of topics discussed in the SME meeting on page 2. The subcommittee is continuing to review closed cases, giving feedback to recognize the positive of cases and also to address others as learning opportunities. Agenda item 9 was an update and discussion from the Outreach Committee, Ms. Bowler and Dr. Waterhouse. This subcommittee's report is short, but it was very important, so I'm including it in the summary. The Outreach Subcommittee was tasked with following strategic plan objectives. The first, educate consumers on how to recognize unlicensed veterinary practice so they may make an informed decision. 2, create material to educate consumers and licensees on the impact and implementations of new laws to avoid confusion and increase compliance. And 3, develop tools and education resources regarding treatment options available in veterinary medicine to ease licensees' concerns. The board's UC Davis student liaison, Holly Masterson, Organized a meeting with UC Davis faculty and board's executive officer to discuss the spectrum of care curriculum and the board's desire to develop related materials for consumers, students, and licensees. The subcommittee met in September and discussed the possibility to partner with UC Davis to determine what tools and educational resources already exist and what additional outreach opportunities there may be with students and licensees. The subcommittee anticipates a meeting with UC Davis faculty in early November. Agenda item 10 was an update and discussion from the Unlicensed Practice Subcommittee. The first stakeholders meeting held on September 16th focused on unlicensed practice in the equine community and had over 30 participants. They also covered a few items in the production side of large animal medicine. Jessica gave an overview of the subcommittee's objectives, the status, the statutes and regulations related to unlicensed practice, and the board's authority to take specific action. Executive officer also provided a brief overview of the board's enforcement process and discussed inherent challenges with unlicensed practice complaints filed anonymously and/or with insufficient information or evidence. Dr. Nunez mentioned in his comments that Jessica's introduction really set a tone for a great discussion by all. That hour went very fast. Again, another presentation that I would recommend board members listen to the webcast to get all of the details. This was presented by Dr. Nunez and Dr. Grant. Usually our committee gets down in the weeds dealing with regulations, but this meeting had a lot of great information, and I strongly recommend that members of the board to listen to the MDC report if you are unable to attend virtually. I really can't capture everything that happened in that 4 hours in a 10 to 12 minute report. Any questions or comments?
Anybody? I had one question, or actually I had a couple just comments. Thank you for your report. And thank you for all of your hard work, as always. This isn't really specific to your report, but the last meeting, I noted that there was a question regarding posting of VT&E pass rates. I think it was Nancy Ehrlich asked if we could start posting those again. Did we ever post those pass rates? And then the other thing about that is, has the issue with the pass rates that were incorrect, has that been resolved from the AABSB? Because they had posted the incorrect ones. I guess it's been resolved.
So the pass rates, there was a short period of time where we did start posting the pass rates for the California programs for the alternate pathways. But after further review, it looked like that actually caused more confusion and this perception that the board approves the programs, which the board has the statute to approve them, but hasn't actually approved one since 1995. And then that was San Diego Mesa. They approved in 1995. And then it looked like from 1995 through 2017, they had some inconsistent renewal approvals, but all of the rest who were operating never actually had any kind of approval from the board. And so what happened was that we looked at the board, and the MDC did most of the research to find out, should we create this program that didn't exist, but it's in statute to create it, or do we look at who else is also regulating these programs to see if it's necessary for consumer protection for us to also make them go through an approval process. And so through all of that research, the MDC and the board agreed to request the legislature remove that requirement for us to approve it because of all the various entities. And so those pass rates that we were posting we were essentially giving the perception that we are providing oversight of these entities, which we weren't. So we stopped posting them.
Okay, does the AAVSB have that on their website?
No, the AAVSB does not have the pass rates for the individual programs. Those programs accredited programs are supposed to report it on their websites, their pass rates.
Okay,
But there's not a universal, for the veterinarian schools or the RVT programs, of where to go to find out the pass rates for all the schools.
okay. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer because I do think it was for people applying to the schools and things like that, it's helpful for them to know what their pass rates were. And so I guess there's no way to know whether they're posting them themselves or anyway, we're not involved in it anymore is what you're saying.
Right. And the accrediting body for the RVT schools, they do require those schools to post both for, like I said, the veterinary schools and the RVTs. So they're charged with making sure that that's happening.
Okay. And then just looking at the occupational analysis presentation, I saw that the VT&E committee composition has unequal representation for educators versus practitioners. There's many fewer practitioners. And I just didn't know if anybody had mentioned that to them or there was any discussion about trying to make that a more equal representation.
She did discuss that at our meeting yesterday, and they do recognize and that's why I mentioned they're looking for more diversification, specifically referring to the veterinarian technician ratio. And the recruitment goes through a committee, a leadership committee of AAVSB, which may not be focusing on it as much as they should. So she did mention that she's in communication with them to see if that can be augmented. So I think they are in this last year recognizing it, but it's something we have to keep on top of.
It's also, she announced yesterday that they're doing that, and I made a point of telling her, because Amy is a representative on the VT&E, and I've worked with her. And I told her that me being on the VT&E committee, I didn't even know they were trying to recruit. So obviously the word is not getting out. So I made that point with her yesterday. But it's very obvious when working on the VT&E committee and trying to work with them that me being a practitioner working with educators, it's difficult. It's very difficult. So that's where I struggle.
And I did, once that was brought to light, I did offer to provide assistance whenever they are recruiting for those members, to send it to us. We can send it to our stakeholders. I also offered to leverage our regional meetings that we're having, because we meet with a lot of states, state executive directors. And so I can bring to light the concern, and they can help with disseminating the information out to get more representation from the practitioners.
And you're not on the leadership committee, right? You're
Me?
right.
No.
Okay. I'm like, you're on a bunch of committees. You just mentioned them and I didn't write them down. And then the only other thing that kind of stood out to me in the unlicensed practice was in the memo, there was a paragraph about dairies and that there are many dairies utilizing an exemption under BPC section 4827 to hire veterinarians licensed in Mexico. And I'm assuming the BPC section 4827 is you're allowed to do veterinary medicine on your own animals and the employees, right? So you guys are working on that, looking at that and how to, okay. And I think we're bringing that up in our sunset.
Yeah, so that was one of the strategic plan objectives, was to look at that very specific statute and all of the exemptions that are in there, specifically focusing on the owner and the bona fide employee of the owner exemption, and recognizing not necessarily that it's an issue for the food production animals, but at that time, but it was more so We've seen a lot of cases where rescue groups were performing services on animals, and a lot of harm has come to animals, and we didn't have jurisdiction because they were determined that they own the animals.
Okay.
My understanding on your example is that that is an exemption with that intent in mind.
Okay. Okay, so that was actually put in there specifically to allow for that. Okay. Okay, any other questions?
I think what came up was, and it may have come up in your committee, was that there are people that come in from out of state saying that they're working on this herd as part of the working for the owner, where in fact they're a veterinarian working on a number of practices, and that is not the intent of the law, of the regs.
That was my concern. I brought the same issue up, so.
Okay. All right, well, we'll look forward to more updates on that. Any public comments in the room on that, on 6A? Moderator, would you open it up to those online, please?
We are open for public comment on 6A via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise a hand. And for our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... at the bottom, in order to find your hand button. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Okay, 6B.
6B.
Yes, please.
Agenda item 6 is an update and discussion by the MDC to recommend to the board submission to the California State Legislature the attached legislative proposal to amend and delete sections of the Business Professions Code regarding registrations and permit applications and disciplinary action. I will present these sections in groups for your deliberation. We'll start on page 3 with Business and Professions Code 4836.2. And I'm going to go through a couple of pages at a time, and then we'll open it up for discussion rather than doing each one separately or doing the whole thing all at once. So 4836.2, we do have on section B, I believe it's in the second line, second and third line, that has been amended to include certifications or certificates, I guess. So to the rationale, this section was amended to more closely align with the veterinary license requirements in BPC section 4846. Amendments also would remove sections that are covered in amendments to sections 4845, 4883A, I, G, J, and O. Individual sections, if we go to page 3, the rationale, there's the probationary permit covered under BPC section 4845 amendment. We're saying that's already there. The next section is covered under section 4883 amendment. The next note is that BPC section 4883 G2A would make it caused for VACSP applicants denial or discipline.
I'm sorry. You had started on page, I just want to make sure we can follow you. You said to start on page 3. That was when you were talking about amend BPC section 4836.2 and the AIGJO. And then you said, and then on page 3. So
I'm
did you
sorry.
move?
Page 4.
Okay, page 4. Great.
On page
Sorry.
4. Good, thank you.
Okay, so page 4, we are now looking at the note probationary permit covered under BPC section 4845.
Correct.
Okay.
So each of those paragraphs has a notation as to where, why it's being removed, where the replacement is. And I don't think we need to go through all of
Okay.
the commentaries.
Page 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page, literally.
And page 5 is the end of that section in the middle. So the next piece is the rationale to repeal section 4837. This is the same list as the VA CSPs above, which contain the same rationale. The bottom of page 5, the rationale to amend 4839 removes references to sections proposed for repeal and the obsolete operative date. And we'll finish page 6. The top of page 6 is the rationale to repeal section 4841.4. And next is the rationale to amend section 4841.5. The amendments restructure RVT applicants' requirements for improved ease and readability and clarity of requirements for the applicants. Amendments combined application and exam requirements and more closely align with the veterinarian license requirements of section 4846. Amendments also would remove sections that are covered in amendments to sections 4845 and 4883.a. Should I keep going or do you want to?
I think we should keep going.
Okay. So page 7. Just a note in the previous paragraph, previous section, some of these revisions were already approved at the April 19th meeting, 2023. And is this where we have on C, is this where we have certificates again? Okay, so there's a amendment to the motion yesterday was to include certificates in section C.
That says complete the minimum continuing education requirements. Oh. I am on page 8. This is a different C. I was in the big C. So the little C, the applicant shall disclose each state.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there is a big note on B, Dr. Sullivan, on page 7, the bottom of page 7. I think that's the biggest change here.
Yeah, we're getting there. So, so on the bottom of page 7, the board, a note is at the April 19th, 2023 board meeting, the board approved amendments to provide for out-of-state licensure with a minimum of 4,416 hours in no less than 24 months, which is the current regulation requirement. The RVT subcommittee recommended reducing the hours of practice requirement to match the hours required for out-of-state veterinarians in section 4846A 5B2. Maybe we should see if there's any comments up to now.
Any comments? No. Do you want me to take public comment? Are you interested in that? Okay. Is there any public comment in the room? Don't see any. Would you open it up to those online, please?
We are now open for public comment for this portion of 6B. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're on page 8, the rationale to repeat section 4842. During its April 2023 meeting, the board approved striking and I quote, "to take a written and practical examination for registration as a registered veterinary technician," unquote. With that said, the entire section is covered under the section 4883 amendments. Page 9, to repeal section 4845.5. The entire section is covered under section 480 of the Penal Code, section 11105, division T, and the BPC section 4883 amendments and new section 4882. As I looked at this is really cleanup language all the way through that part. Page 10, rationale for amending section 4875. The first sentence is covered under section 4883. VACSP is being added. The second proposed strike through is because it is being moved to section 4882. Rationale to amend section 4875.1. VACSP is being added, and the list of professionals is proposed to change to individual to include those practicing without a license. And that takes us towards the bottom of page 11. Rationale to amend section 4875.2, VACSP is added. Rationale to repeal section 4876, duplicative of section 4883. Page 12, rationale to repeal section 4881, outdated and unnecessary. Pretty straightforward. Rationale to add new section 4882. Subsection A was moved from section 4875 for ease of reference. Subdivision B was previously approved during the board's July 2024 board meeting. Page 13, rationale to amend section 4883. Amendments make technical and clarifying amendments to streamline the disciplinary status and conform the provisions for all licensees, registrations and permits issued by the board. Proposed amendments include amendments previously approved by the board at the July 2024 board meeting. Do we need to consider that? Okay, so we'll leave that at that. Let's see that. Then goes all the way to, I'll say there's comments throughout, but that section goes all the way to page 16.
Sorry, you guys had a little bit of a thing. So did you add permit holder to T? Okay.
I guess just to add, I would argue that it's probably unnecessary because VACSP holders obtain and administer controlled substances at the direction of the supervising veterinarian. And this subdivision T is really aimed at corporate practice and individuals who are not licensed to practice, directing licensees and RVTs to do something for the benefit of the corporation rather than the patient. So it's just a consideration whether or not you want to add it. It's probably unnecessary.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Page 16, rationale to amend section 4885, quote, or the practice of veterinary technicians, unquote, is proposed to be struck because the practice of veterinary medicine includes the healthcare tasks performed by RVTs and VACSP holders. VACSP is added. Rationale to amend section 4886, adding permit holder. Rationale to amend section 4901.1 clarifies the license expiration provisions also applies to surrendered licenses, registrations, and permits. Page 17, amends, I'm sorry, to amend section, the rationale to amend section 4902, amends clarifying existing processes for cancel licenses, clarify application of the statute to registrations and permits, and removes unnecessary language.
Yeah, I just thank you, all of you who worked on this, Tara, and the subcommittee. It's really important, and just a lot of work to go through all of these and identify the redundancies and change them around. And it's just, I mean, it's great that we're cleaning all of this up, but I wouldn't want to be doing that work. So I really appreciate you doing it for us.
I didn't do it, they did.
Well, the subcommittee, yes. So please pass that along.
Yeah.
Okay. So any questions, Dr. Maniak, do you have any questions about this whole process, or this is the first? Okay. It's a lot. This is, this is a little bit less like there's a lot less discussion because it's more straightforward, like, oh, this is to remove redundancies and change things. Oftentimes when we're looking at regulations, there's things that we have to that are a little bit more controversial. So, but this is nice to have it be so straightforward. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any questions. Are there any comments? No? Any public comment?
Before we do public
Can we
comment,
do a
could we
motion?
do a motion?
Oh,
first?
yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
So I will make a motion to submit to the California State Legislature the attached legislative proposal to amend sections 4836.2, 4839, 4841.5, 4875, 4875.1, 4875.2, 4883, 4885, 4886, 4901.2, and 4902, repeal sections 4837, 4841.4, 4842, 4845.5, 4876, and 4881, and add section 4882 to the BPC as presented today regarding registration and permit applications and certificates and disciplinary actions.
Can I get a second?
I'll second the motion.
Fantastic. Public comment? Good morning, Bonnie. It's still morning. Miss Lutz.
Yes, and my name is Bonnie Lutz, and for the new members of the board, I'm an attorney who defends veterinarians in administrative actions. And I have a great relationship with these guys, so it's all good. I think that this work is great, and I think it's wonderful when you clean up statutes, because I deal with that all the time. I just need to make the comment that I think the problem I have is placing the ACSPs on probation. And the problem I have with that possibility is, number one, they're not going to have any insurance to cover my defense. Number two, it's going to cost the board a lot of money to file accusations against VACSPs to put them on probation. Prior to the change in 4883, what you did when you had a problem with a VACSP who didn't follow the law is you could suspend the permit, revoke the permit, issue a fine, or issue a citation. I think those are appropriate. I just have a little bit of a problem with placing VACSPs on probation, and because I also understand how much staff time from the board goes into monitoring veterinarians on probation. So to add VACSPs, just seems a little bit overwhelming. But I do understand what you're doing here in trying to make it uniform, but I just think that maybe that could be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more comments in the room. Moderator, would you open it up to those online, please?
We are open up for public comment on the rest of agenda item 6 and the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Any more discussion? Dr. Grant?
I'd like to get Tara's and the small practitioners' point of view on Ms. Lutz's comment. Is it just a really rare theoretical thing, or can we handle it? It was a concern for her yesterday, and it seemed like she may have a point, but.
Tara?
Under existing law 4836.2, the board can issue a probationary VACSP, and it can also revoke, and typically with a revocation, it can come with terms of probation. So today, the board follows this procedure with respect to disciplining a permit. While it occurs at times, it's pretty infrequent. Typically, I guess I would defer to Jessica about how many of these VACSPs are being renewed, but in any event, this could be argued to be a property right because it's a permit that's being issued by the board. Granted, this doesn't come with all of the education and experience required for a license or RVT registration, but because it's issued by the board, I would argue that this should go through a due process proceeding if probation is warranted based on case-by-case details and rehabilitation criteria that the board normally uses for any license or registration. The same should be applied to a VACSP. So I would not want to limit necessarily the ability to put a permit on probation if that's what's warranted. The permit holder then has the option themselves to determine whether or not they want to go on probation or surrender the permit. So I think the board is better covered going through due process and applying its guidelines and rehabilitation criteria to determine the appropriate level of discipline, which may include probation. I understand it's expensive, but I think it's just part of the process. And then leaving it up to the permit holder themselves to determine whether or not they want to go through probation or not.
Is that okay? All right, no other discussion. Let's take a vote.
Dr. Solocito?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza?
Yes.
Dr. Grant?
Yes.
Ms. Pulowski?
Yes.
Dr. Maniak?
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes,
Motion carries.
fantastic. Yep. Okay, we will, sorry. We are going to go to lunch. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock. All right. So it's 1 o'clock, so we're all back. We are moving on. Hello, Justin. To agenda item number 7, update discussion and possible action on regulations.
Yes, there we go. Good afternoon, board members. Justin Sotelo, Policy Specialist for the board. I'm here just to provide you with a quarterly update on the status of pending regulations for our new board board members, welcome again. We provide a quarterly update to you at every meeting. So I'm just going to kind of go through the memo here, pretty straightforward. It indicates at this time we have 7 rulemaking packages that are pending in various stages of the initial phase of the rulemaking process. So this just provides you with updates since the last meeting in July. The first item listed here is our drug compounding regulatory proposal. There's a summary of everything this proposal does. I'm not going to go through every detail, but in short, it makes technical revisions in the regulations. It adds, clarifies definitions, establishes and clarifies other requirements. This package is still in the process of being prepared by staff for the initial phase of the rulemaking process. Once that's put together, it'll be put forward to our regulations unit, our regulations council, and then put forward to DCA and agency for initial review before we can proceed with the public comment period. So that's the update with that one. Moving over to page 2, the top of page 2 is the RVT vaccine administration proposal. This is a proposal that was kind of going through the approval process last year. At the tail end of the year, the package was with agency being reviewed, but due to the enactment of SB 669, this package was pulled from review to kind of reevaluate whether, one, it was necessary or if it needed to be modified. In short, the legislation and this proposal kind of covered the same subject matter, so we did have to kind of pull it to kind of reevaluate it. What the proposal proposed to do, it would have authorized RVTs to act as an agent of the supervising veterinarian to establish the VCPR for purposes of administering vaccinations or medications. But again, we decided to reevaluate it. Staff met with board council and regulations council in August. And at the conclusion of that meeting, it was determined that this could actually transition into a Section 100 regulatory proposal, which is a more streamlined proposal for non-substantive changes to the regulations. So in short, what this becomes is a proposal to repeal CCR 2032.1, which is the VCPR regulation. Basically, the provisions found in the regulation currently have kind of been moved over into statute. So there's not a need to have duplicative language. We can just simply repeal that section and then update a couple of references in 2 other sections of the CCR, 2032.25 and 2038.5. Will just be referencing new statute, BPC section 4826.6. So a good thing. This becomes a more streamlined process to kind of get where we need to be. The next 2 items I'll talk about kind of collectively deal with the minimum standards for alternate veterinary premises and updates to Title 24 pertaining to veterinary facilities. This proposal, I think, has been kind of moving along for a little bit. It's gone through, I think, several iterations. More recently, as it was being reviewed by our regulations unit, it was determined that what was found in our regulations needed to be in Title 24. So anything that's building standards related, that should be housed in Title 24. Anything that pertains to practice management standards, that should be in Title 16. So what was originally one proposal has become 2 separate packages. The Title 24 package, while it's a similar process, approval process, it does ultimately need to get approved by the California Building Standards Commission because it deals with building standards. So that's on one track. Separately, we're addressing the Title 16 changes through our regular rulemaking process. And that package gets approved by the Office of Administrative Law. The Title 24 piece was approved by DCA, the Building Standards Commission agency. It was out for public notice beginning on August 23rd for a 45-day comment period. That comment period concluded on October 7th. We did not receive any comments, so that's a good thing. We can proceed with putting the final package forward, and that will be going to the Building Standards Commission this month. These changes, because they're on a triennial kind of calendar, so any updates to the building standards, they get updated every 3 years. So when approved, these changes would take effect January 1, 2026. Okay. I'm still on page 3, moving down to the veterinarian graduate student exemption / RVT examination eligibility proposal. This was another one that we reevaluated with Regulations Council and Board Council. Basically, in short, what this intended to do was to create a pathway to RVT registration for individuals with an accredited veterinary degree or graduates. It would allow them to sit for the VT&E. Our executive officer, Jessica, discussed this issue with AAVSB. And then I think after further consideration, and this is probably, we should credit Jessica for this, she determined that we could probably get the same end result via a legislative amendment. So this will come off the list. It's been determined that we can basically get the same end result via a legislative amendment. So that has actually, this proposal, in short, has been included in the larger legislative proposal that you just approved. So, so that's a good thing. It'll be a quicker process, and then we can take this one off of our regulations list. And please stop me at any point if you have any questions. The next item at the bottom of page 3 is our records regulatory package or proposal. This one kind of corresponds with some legislative amendments that the board approved in July. The regulatory piece addresses the following. It changes the logical order of the required information that makes up an animal patient record to follow a SOAP format, that's subjective, objective, assessment, and plan format for recording patient medical encounters and medical record documentation, which is taught in the majority of veterinary schools. 2, it addresses animal patient record keeping requirements for single patient records and group records. 3, it makes animal patient record keeping requirements less prescriptive. And lastly, it addresses when a copy or a summary of records must be provided to the client or the client's authorized agent. So again, this was presented to the board in July. It was presented with the legislative piece. Once the legislative piece is enacted, then we can proceed with the regulatory process with this proposal.
I did have a question about this one.
Uh-huh.
It says in here that the previous proposed provision about payments as part of the record was removed. And I feel like it was removed as like technically part of the record, but we did add the 30-day, that's still part of it, right? Where they have a 30-day, the premise permit holder or has to send it within 30 days of payment, right? That's still in there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
And then the last 2 items on the list here are 2 Section 100 regulatory packages. The one in the middle of the page on page 4 is a kind of a larger cleanup proposal that was a result of the California exams being eliminated. So we will proceed with that piece as one kind of a cleanup package. And then lastly, there were some more kind of non-substantive updates that needed to be made in our regulations. One being the physical address that's listed in regulation. And then secondly, that one addresses the name update. Currently, the Wellness Evaluation Committee, which was formerly the Diversion Committee, I believe, yes. So again, those are two non-substantive packages that we can pursue through the Section 100 process. So, and yeah, all of the Section 100 non-substantive changes, we're trying to get those over to OAL as soon as possible so we can get those on the books, so to speak, so that they can be added or incorporated into the 2025 Practice Act.
And sorry, just real quick to clarify to your question, Dr. Bradbury, it's not, what you're referring to is not included in this regulation package. It was part of the legislative proposal that was approved. So we have the amendment for the legislative proposal about the medical record keeping requirement, and then it talks about the providing a copy of the payments within the 30 days. That was a separate statute that we're creating.
And that's in our sunset, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yeah, Dr. Grant.
Yeah, I had a question. Did we run the record keeping for the single animals through CHRB or the California Horse Racing Board to see if that's a compatible thing for the race horses or not?
Yeah, so they were involved in we had multiple stakeholder meetings when it comes to the medical record keeping regulation, and they were part of that group.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're covered. I've noticed at the racetrack that as the technology goes on, a number of the practitioners have actually modernized their records. And so they've got a worksheet and they go through there with every animal. Now it's all got a diagnosis and
Yeah,
they can click through in a hurry to make it much easier for them.
That's
And
HISA too, isn't it?
that was one of the comments too that Scott Cheney from CHRB had said, is a lot of the things that we put in there, they already are starting to do anyway, or they're already doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we made sure to involve them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think many of the things that we require are the same as what HISA requires. So, and then they have that sheet that the electronic medical record that you have to submit to HISA. So that's helping us. Yeah.
What is HISA?
Oh, it's the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act. So it's a federal act that was enacted, that's for lack of a better word, when there was to try and improve people's trust, I think, in the fairness and everything of horse racing. So it's the federal group has supersedes everybody else.
Well, it's going to the Supreme Court. So that may or may not come out to be true or not, depending how that all goes.
I have a general question, which is, what are the considerations on when we are seeking a policy change, whether we're going to do it by statute or by regulation? It seems like there's been some overlap, and I wonder if there was a formal understanding that we had when we'd pursue one versus the other.
I'll let you guys answer that.
That's a really long answer, but in general, statutes are what give us the authority to require certain things, and the regulations will further define or make specific to implement what the statute allows. The regulation can never go beyond what's allowed in statute, but they're very separate processes. The legislature passes all of the statutes, and the board creates and promulgates the regulations.
But for example,
Your mic went off.
sorry, did an SB 669, did like Senator Cortese or his staff seek input from this board with respect to that subject matter? It looks like we were pursuing that simultaneously in regulation, or how did that, is there any history there that you can enlighten us on as how that came about?
So there, that's also a long answer. I think just in general, we try to engage the members of the legislature at any time possible where it's dealing with statutes that impact either our board or the veterinary profession or consumers in general. We will try to engage with them. Some members of the legislature are open to that active engagement and some are not. But we do our best to participate in those discussions.
I'd just like to add that the board began creating RVT vaccination regulations prior to the introduction of SB 669, which looked very similar to the board's regulatory text, but was actually very different in application. So as we were moving forward with our regulations, 669 was introduced. The board had conversations about the bill and attempted to work with the author and the stakeholders, but were largely unsuccessful in making the proposed statutory provisions to look a lot more like the board's regulatory language.
So the other, I think, thing that happens is regulations take years, and statutes, once they're passed, they come into effect usually the following year. So it's a much shorter process. And my understanding for 669 as a pretty good example of the whole process is that they wanted it to happen sooner. And there was a like, let's get this done if we can improve, access to care. And that was like the intention. So that was why it got, somebody took it and went to the legislature instead of allowing us to continue, with regulation. So that's actually happened a few times, I think, with various statutes that have been developed, where as we're working through it, trying to come up with a very thoughtful but consumer protected regulation, someone will come in and try and get things passed in a statute so that it could be enacted sooner. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Christy.
Yeah, I just, for the new members, in the April packet, if you guys look at item, I just want to bring this to their attention for future reference. At agenda item number 10, it has a status of pending VMB regulations, and it gives you the graph of how things go through for what Justin's talking about. And so that may help you for referencing where we are with some of these pending regulations. So that just may help you when reading some of this stuff. It just helps.
It's attached to this.
Is it attached this time
It wasn't
too?
initially.
I did
but
not get it attached. I apologize.
No, it's okay. My first one wasn't attached. I think it got added a little bit later. So yeah, it's the flow chart at the bottom, what you have in your hand. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Sorry. It is typically attached to the memo, just, yeah. And it's just a visual kind of representation, just showing you kind of the timeline, the approval process, the initial phase of the approval process and the final phase. So anything in a green box, that's indicating that that step in the process has been completed and the applicable date. Anything that's orange or yellow or peach color, that means it's at that stage in the process and it's kind of pending. Anything with red text is either a status update or a notation update since the last meeting. So that's all I have. That concludes my update, unless there are any other questions.
I had one more comment. I just, under the Title 24 changes, I noticed that on August 2nd, the regulatory package was submitted to DCA and the agency for initial review. And on the same day, it was approved by the DCA director. I was pretty impressed with that. And I just wanted to thank DCA leadership for acting so quickly and being so involved. That's record time for government to work in. So I just thought that was pretty impressive. So I wanted to just say thank you. Any other comments? Okay, any public comment? None in the room. Moderator, please open it up to those online.
We are now open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, you have 3 different screens and only one of them has a hand button. So you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... at the bottom, to find your hand. We're going to give everyone just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Justin.
Thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item is agenda item number 8, update discussion and possible action on potential 2025 legislation impacting the board, DCA and our veterinary profession. And this is a discussion regarding potential legislation related to licensed chiropractors practicing on animals. So during this most recent legislative session, it was this year, right? Yeah, it was earlier this year. It was brought to our attention that there was a senator that was looking to bring a bill that would potentially allow for chiropractors to practice on animals indirectly with a referral from a veterinarian. She met with us and the CVMA to discuss it further. And after the discussion, she felt like it required a little bit more research, and it just never really came up. But it has been brought to our attention that there's still a high likelihood that there will be a bill brought into next year's legislative session. With that, I think they went to the chiropractic board of examiners and asked their thoughts and whether they would be supportive or not. And after that, the chiropractic board came to us to have a discussion, which I thought was great. With that, a meeting was set up. I couldn't attend the meeting, so Dr. Grant was our representative, and Jessica was there, I believe. I submitted a letter. We hadn't discussed this as a group, so it's difficult to say what the board feels, but just in general, the letter that I wrote was to try and sort of bring to light some of the anatomical differences between humans and bipeds and quadrupeds, and then also the very different anatomy of even different dog breeds, let alone different species. And then some of the previous concerns we've had with other allied human health professionals working on animals, including if there was some sort of a medical emergency, either from an adjustment itself or something unrelated where, nobody would be able to address it. So that was kind of my letter. I'll let Dr. Grant and Jessica maybe describe how that went. And then I afterwards met with the president of the board, and we had and I think the executive officer, and we had a really good discussion. And after you guys tell me or discuss how things went, I have some comments about our discussion. And then I was hoping we could have a board discussion just to see where we would be going as a board in regards to something like this. So Jessica?
Yes, thank you. I also just want to start off by thanking the executive officer of the Board of Chiropractic Examiners and their board president for their openness to come to us and say that this is something that's happening, and they wanted to get our perspective from that and their willingness to be so open and candid and have these meetings. So I really think that that's a great thing that they did. So with that, we started the meeting off with, I provided the letter from Dr. Bradbury and went over the concerns that she has mentioned, and also about the concerns about why we believe that the board believes that a veterinarian should maintain that direct supervision, the concerns about pre-screening animals to making sure, doing the examinations before to make sure that they're healthy enough to undergo the chiropractic care, and then what happens if something goes wrong. There's a veterinarian there on the premise that can act quickly, whereas a chiropractor cannot. They shared from their perspectives the things that they have heard. There's roughly, it sounded like roughly 50 chiropractors who have a certification in animal chiropractic care. I don't know much about the certification program itself, but from their perspective, this training, the certification program that they go through is the same certification program that veterinarians are also going through. From their perspective, this is not something that's treated in veterinary school, and this is something that veterinarians obtain the knowledge through the same certification, and so they think the certification program is very well done, trained, led by our licensed veterinarians. So they think that they have the same kind of training. And they also had made the point that this whole issue came to them because the 50 or so certification holders who are certified and trained to do animal chiropractic care are seeing a lot of cases where there's chiropractors who are not trained on animals performing those services on animals and potentially harming animals. And so according to the members, they had said that these individuals came to them and came to Senator Ochoa Bogue asking to be regulated, to allow to do this, to help combat the unlicensed activity that they are seeing happening. Because they were thinking that it's better that people who are trained in this are doing it rather than the unlicensed individuals. And they also felt that they expressed the perspective that in often cases, the veterinarians who are supervising the chiropractors have little to no knowledge about how to do chiropractic care on animals, and the ones who are treating the animals have more knowledge in it. And so that was their thought of why should we require the consumers to pay for a veterinarian to supervise the chiropractor for doing something that the veterinarian supervising doesn't know anything really about. And so that was discussed, and the main point that we tried to provide was we understand their perspective, but the concern still remains that what happens if something goes wrong, and talked about how in human medicine you can call 911 and you have people come in and help, and there's no 911 for a veterinarian. The response that we had got, well, that's something you're going to have to address with the author's office and the sponsors. They're going to have to be able to respond to you with that, and what happens. Similarly with Dr. Grant went over a lot of the pre-screening you do and all the testing you do to make sure that it's a good candidate for the chiropractic care. And they had asked Dr. Grant, well, do you think that that's something that it could be trained? So there was discussion there of where there might be some middle ground. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Grant, and anything I missed.
Yeah, thanks, Jessica. Good summary. I mean, as a side, I thought that the people were quite open and eager to learn about it. I don't think they realized and had that much direct experience. I don't know about dogs or cats, small animals, but with horses, and they had no idea what can go wrong to them and the horse and the handler, how all that's going to be handled. Because I personally know of a horse that was manipulated severely and crashed in the stall and couldn't get up. Now, what are you going to do you know, they had to try to get it in a trailer and haul it in. And did you take x-rays of the neck? No. And do you want to see the x-rays of the neck? And here it had, you know, a set big as a Buick, you know, pushing on the cord, and they just tipped it over the edge. So it's, why do they need to have a veterinarian who may not know how much pressure you can put on there, perhaps, but at least they know enough to differentiate between an infectious disease and, you know, a orthopedic disease and all that, but they weren't aware of some of these horses present, you know, with a herpes infection. It'll look like a wobbler with a bad neck. And that's where the professionalism, and that's what people are paying for, is that coming in. So it was kind of left kind of open, I think. You know, I thought that those people needed to have more education as to what can go wrong. And I'm not sure, and perhaps we have a representative from CVMA here who is involved in this form of therapy, but are we really short in the state of veterinarians who can perform chiropractic activity anyways? I don't know that there's a big shortage in that area.
So, was that kind of a summary there?
Yeah, kind of a summary. I mean, I see nothing wrong with this 2038.
Okay.
The way it's worded myself.
So, so I think that maybe got the president, Dr. David Paris, he was, who I ended up talking to. I think you talked to a couple of board members. He's a chiropractor, and I think he has a certification in, I don't want to say, I think it's in sports rehabilitation, but has not worked with animals, so he doesn't have any direct experience with the animals. But I had the opportunity of speaking with him, and it was a really great, I felt like a great conversation. And I also wanted to thank him and the executive officer for meeting with me. So he wanted to first just say that, you know, make it clear that their board didn't come up with this. It was, you know, brought to them, and that he also hadn't had a chance to discuss any of this with his board members. They hadn't had a meeting yet, so we're still really just talking generally about things. I asked him, that kind of started the conversation, trying to understand why this was coming up, and what his knowledge was as to why these 50 or so people were interested in this. And he said that the main reason was that he had heard of was that they couldn't get veterinarians to come with them for to provide direct supervision, and in particular, people working on horses, there's not a lot of equine vets, and in order to, and they don't have time to just come out and oversee a horse being, oh gosh, is it manipulated? I don't know if that's the proper term, but to be worked on. And that even in small animal practice, places didn't have room for them to go and work. And so that was the impetus for it, at least what he shared with me. And to me, I mean, I do think that that's I think it is a valid reason, you know, like I can't imagine that if there were chiropractors wanting to work on horses, that equine vets that were working in the field would just, you know, go to a farm just to be there for the chiropractor, you know. So I can see that as a valid reason to want to do it. The next kind of big question, so he said it was a lack of access and availability of veterinarians. And then he also mentioned the lack of any certification. At the moment, there's no requirement for any certification by chiropractors that they have any training in animals, and they can work on animals. And so they said that these folks were concerned with that. The next thing I kind of asked was for him to walk me through what a chiropractor did on a typical visit, so I could understand. And they get a history, they do an exam, they make a diagnosis, and then they treat the animal. And I, said that's the practice of veterinary medicine by definition, the exam and diagnosis in particular, and treatment. But so, to me, I said, it's definitely, there's no time that a veterinarian is going to be allowed to examine and diagnose a human, even after a certification program. So that's, I think a sticking point in my mind. I did discuss some of the horror stories I've heard. I heard one from you, Dr. Grant, with the horse in the neck. I think I heard one from Dr. Miller about a horse with a broken neck after being worked on. And we went over some of the issues that came to my mind, which would be progression or worsening of a patient's condition that's under their care, which a veterinarian would be able to determine, but a chiropractor seeing them on a recheck, even with a referral, may not pick up on this, and then treatment in that setting could cause decompensation or damage, or this continued rechecking, but things are progressing or not getting better, could delay seeking the appropriate treatment. Some examples would be a neoplastic condition, EPM, where they're just continuing to go to the chiropractor and not really getting treated for the actual condition, even though initially maybe they were referred. But if a veterinarian was evaluating them at each visit, then they might pick up on this and say, okay, wait, this isn't working. We need to go in a different direction. And so for consumer protection, that was one of my big concerns. Dr. Paris suggested, or we discussed that in human chiropractic training, they are required, there's a specific number of hours in their training that are required, that teach them about red flags, that when they see these red flags in humans, that they stop, they don't move forward, and they refer back to the referring doctor. And he suggested as a remedy to that concern that there would be a certain number of hours of training that would be specific to identifying red flags in animals. So that was something he thought could mitigate that concern. I discussed the concern about emergency situations arising while at the chiropractic office, including directly related to the treatment. Like we talked about paralysis, if there was, or even, I didn't specifically say, but there's like this vertebral artery dissection that can happen, or unrelated medical emergencies. I thought about this afterwards because, he said, well, in humans, we send them back to the doctor, to the emergency, and we know there's no animal 911. And I have thought about this being, one of our strongest arguments in the past, but in an unrelated medical emergency situation, if the consumer knows there's not a veterinarian on staff, like they go to the beach and there's not a veterinarian on staff. So I'm finding that to be a more difficult, for me anyway, argument if they had a splenic rupture or something and they're at, the groomer, they know they're at the groomer, and it's not, that isn't a reason not to have groomers. So just kind of, I was on the beach afterwards and seeing dogs, and I was like, well, if one collapsed here, it's kind of the same as collapsing at an office somewhere. But for exacerbation of a disc herniation, or some other severe thing. In a small animal, it might be easier to get to an emergency, but, you know, for a large animal, a veterinarian would need to come and, you know, do something before probably getting them anywhere. So that's still a concern, right? It's a big concern. And then back to the rechecking thing where, you know, it could be getting worse and they aren't really being reevaluated by a veterinarian. And, you know, they've been referred for one problem, but it may not even be that problem, right? And things have gotten worse and changed. And Dr. Paris had said that, you know, for most referrals, there's a limited time frame for it. So it's not like an unending referral. It's I think it was 120 days that he had mentioned for certain referrals. And he suggested that that could be an added part of the legislation, or, you know, the way that we could protect the consumers is, you know, have a new referral every 120 days. So people had to go back to their regular veterinarian to get reevaluated. And then, so that was kind of those concerns I had, and his thoughts about it, just that I hadn't thought about. So he'd really thought about this, I think, after the meeting you had, which, you know, is great that they're trying to think through it and ways that might protect the consumer better if this were to come up and go through. Some additional things that I was concerned about was the certification program. So in human subspecialties, they require an additional 300 hours of specialty training for certification for chiropractors. And he suggested that it probably should be the same if they were going to be in animals. The certification program that is being used now for animal chiropractic certification, I think it's 200 and I want to say 230 hours. It might be 210, but he thought it's 210. I do have it here. He thought requiring it to be 300 hours would be more appropriate. I did look into the certification program. I did some research on it, and it's actually pretty robust, like relative to some of the other allied health certification programs. It is overseen by the Animal Chiropractic Certification Commission, or ACC. And that's a certification body of the American Veterinary Chiropractic Association. That was established by a veterinarian who also became a chiropractor. So they have done both 4-year programs. It's been in the ACVAA has been established since 1989, and was developed based on input from and oversight from both professions. Certification has to be maintained through regular continuing education. They're required to practice within the laws and regulations of their state and provincial licensure and regulatory boards in order to maintain their certification. The basic.
Sorry, we just got a note that they lost audio to the room. So we should pause for a moment. Sorry. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Okay, a 5-minute break.
Moderator, can you hear us?
Need chiropractic? They need a diagnosis.
Yes, indeed.
All right, we are back in business.
Yes, please. We're returning from our unexpected break with our expected return. Okay, so I was just going over, just again, I'm really just trying to bring as much information to you guys that I can so that we can have a informed discussion because this certification program is talked about a lot, and I like I said, I did a little bit of research on it. So the basic program that is approved by the ACVA, they have the minimum of 210 hours. Only doctors of chiropractic and DVMs can apply or attend. Each approved certification program, it's only a 2-year approval period, so then they have to be reassessed. And then there's 7 approved programs worldwide. There's 1 in Germany and 1 in Canada and 5 in the US. And then the certification process is that they attend the basic postgraduate animal chiropractic program. They have to pass the approved program's exit exam. Then they have to go to, oh gosh, I think it's Tulsa, Oklahoma. And it's a 3-day window. I don't know if it's 1 day or if it's like, and they do, blocks, or if it's a whole 3-day exam, but they do a written and a clinical practical exam. And the clinical practical exam is only on dogs and horses. So I don't know if their whole program is only on dogs and horses. And then they have to hold a current and active in good standing state or provincial license of chiropractic or veterinary medicine. And the certification lasts for 3 years, and they have to be recertified every 3 years with a minimum of 30 hours of CE. And then, like I said, it's a 3-day window of exams. And then they have to have a passing score of 75% on both exams. So that's the certification program that's everybody's talked about in this while discussing this. The other sort of thing that I wondered about was whether this was something that was done in other states, because, I just wondered, I thought maybe some of you might wonder, and it is. The states that I found was Colorado. I've reached out to the president of the Colorado board to ask if they've had any issues with this. And she said yes, but she needed to get back to me. So maybe in December January, sorry. I'm like, wait, in January, I'll be able to at least update you guys on what our discussions were there. It sounds like Kansas has direct and indirect supervision. In Massachusetts, they need a written referral. It looks like Minnesota allows it. Nevada allows it. And the Vet Med Board regulates it there. Some of them have the chiropractic board regulates it. In Nevada, they require the certification through this program. It looks like Oklahoma does. Oregon, I wasn't clear with that. It may be with a referral. Utah with a referral. And Wisconsin in 2019 was working on regulations. I don't know if it passed. These are all ones that have referral models. A lot of them allow it like we do with direct supervision. Yes, Jessica.
And just so the members know, it sounds like the current draft that they've been floating, which I have not seen, it sounds like it's almost identical to what's being done in Ohio. And in Ohio, it's the Board of Chiropractic Examiners that are issuing that. certificate.
Okay, so that was like my homework. I felt like, you know, some of my final thoughts, I would say, unlike APR, chiropractic manipulation isn't taught in veterinary school, so it's a little bit different in that regard. It does seem like the certification program is more rigorous than some of the other certification programs for example, for APR. Other states have adopted a referral model approach, and the president of the chiropractic board felt like consumer protection could be maintained with the proper guardrails in place. Was my impression. It's not his specific words, but that was my impression on the discussion. I guess I have a little bit more of an open mind than when I first went into the discussion, but I'm really interested in what we talk about here. But again, I wanted to thank the Board of Chiropractic Examiners for reaching out to us to include us, and hope that we continue to talk about it. So that's my thing. So Dr. Grant, you were saying something on break. Can you repeat that?
Well, I'm concerned about the old saw that we hear all the time is you can never get a veterinarian. And that's why there's room for a chiropractor to come in without having to see a veterinarian first. I don't think that happens very often. I think the vast majority of horses that are needing chiropractic thing to maintain themselves in an athletic performance, even a broodmare, are being kept in a situation where veterinarians make regular visits to that place that could be scheduled at the same time as the chiropractor, and the veterinarian can be there, doing palpations, worming and whatnot while the chiropractor's there. I don't think that is a great big reason to have this go. And who's going to do, if the chiropractor goes directly out there and a horse is scuffling its hind feet, got a stiff neck or whatever, are they going to start manipulating? Are they going to take x-rays? Are they going to read the x-rays? We have to have some control over it to protect the consumers for not having the chiropractor, who are often people that used to shoe horses, but now they got a sore back. And from just taking money from people who think that they're getting an expert to do it. And they go take this course for 3 days. I don't know what they pay for it, whatever. Then all of a sudden, IR one. I don't think we're protecting the consumers or our patients.
Well, I just want to make sure that's clear. It's not a a farrier who's decided they were a chiropractor. These are people who have either gotten a 4-year doctor of chiropractic medicine and then taken a 5.5-week course, or a veterinarian that's taken a 5.5-week course and gotten certified. So it's different than what you're describing there. But I understand the rest of what you're saying totally. Any other comments?
From someone who has been through human and veterinary medical education, I have kind of a unique thought on this, perspective on this. I agree with a lot of the comments from the veterinary side on this. First off, it sets up, if this were to be allowed, this sets up a really dangerous precedent. Where does it end? Next thing you know, dentists come to us and say, we should be allowed to be doing this in animals. It's insurmountable of where this can go. So it sets a really, really scary precedent. Number two, I think the president of the chiropractic board is missing the point. The supervision, I think more than anything, is for the proper handling of the animal, not necessarily what the chiropractor is doing as a chiropractor, but how the animal is being handled. That's more important to me from the perspective of safety for the animal. If we are here protecting the consumers for the animals, then the other side of it is certification and regulation should be from us, not from the chiropractic board. the chiropractic board can do what they want with how to do chiropractic manipulation and whether the standards are set there. But in terms of working on animals, that should be under us regulating that, not them. I do think that if this were to go through, it does open the door to potentially thinking about the reverse. Since we've gone through 4 years of medical education, should we be allowed to take a 5-week course to be able to do this work on humans? No way, no way. And then the lack of access, as discussed by this group that's come up with this, does that mean you reduce your standards, the quality of standards of the care that's being provided? If a person in a rural area where they don't have a cardiac surgeon needs heart surgery, does that mean a general practitioner can all of a sudden do heart surgery on them? No. So, just a few of my points.
Great, thank you. Dr. Solicito?
I just wanted to say, like, having all this new information, like the intensity of training that the chiropractors would have to go through to be considered, to be licensed, I think is more than what I would say a lot of veterinarians would probably have as a training. I do hear Dr. Maniak's concern about where does it stop, right? Like now, so there's like interchange of like services, humans and on animals. Most likely, more of human practitioners doing veterinary medicine, right? But I would have to say, listening to the first comment of the day from somebody who's saying access to care for her own pet. My own experience, I practice in the Antelope Valley, where I would say, surprisingly, about 70% of my clientele do not have primary care vets. They only come to me because it's an emergency. And it's all because of cost and also unavailability of practitioners in the area that could take them in. I have clients who would say, I've been wanting to go to a doctor, but they don't have an appointment until 2 months, down the line. So I would say access to care is an issue and, something that needs to be considered. Standards, I don't think should be lowered. You just need to level with the expectations of your clients, right? Of what, services can be provided. As to this particular case with the chiropractors, I'm thinking if this is something that's going to happen, then there needs to be a very clear, conversation or information that the chiropractor is not a veterinarian. And that if something happens, just like if there's something that goes wrong, do they actually have a list of qualified veterinarians who can address the problem that is going to be committed by the chiropractor? So there needs to be a lot of tightening of the proposal and also looking at, what to, I guess, guardrails for the profession. But I think the access issue is really something that we may need to really look into as well.
Thank you. Yes, Christy.
Yes. So I thank them because I do appreciate that they came to us. I think that's huge, and I want to recognize that because I think it's very important. I believe it's extremely important to work together. I echo Dr. Maniak and what he said. I think it's very important to hear those things. Several things that concern me. No profession has to defend themselves like the veterinary profession has had to defend themselves in the last couple of years. Why is it that a veterinarian has to defend what they do and the degree that they've earned and protect what they do in legislation, in statute, and everything else. You've earned a degree. And yet you have to fight for everything that you do and fend off all of the other professions and say, no, this is veterinary medicine. Doctors don't have to do this. Dentists don't have to do this. But everybody wants to practice on veterinary medicine. Why? And why do we have to sit here and say, oh, no, we're going to move that line. We're going to draw the line back again every time. Why? Why do we keep doing this? And why do we keep saying it's an access to care? Because earlier today, we talked about a cognitive test. And what did we say about that cognitive test? Oh, well, we don't want to do that. We can't say that we don't want to do that because you know why? Because people can't get in to do that test. Because you know why? Access to care to human medicine is just as hard. How many times have you been given a referral and you can't get in for weeks or months? Because human healthcare is just as hard. But we as the veterinary profession don't go into them and say, oh, well, you know what? Well, we want to move your line and we want to practice what you do. Animals deserve care and the consumers deserve the best too. We don't move that line because we're here to protect them. That's our job, to provide the best that we possibly can. And you know, yeah, maybe that veterinarian doesn't do as well as that human chiropractor because they've been trained. But that veterinarian's job is to be there to oversee them, just like they are there to oversee the RVT and to oversee the veterinary assistants. They're there to make sure that animal is protected through direct supervision. And one of the things that Dr. Bradbury said that they stated was that they were supposed to follow the laws of the states. Well, they're already breaking them because they're practicing unlicensed medicine if they go in and they do an exam and they do a diagnosis. That's unlicensed veterinary medicine because they can't do an exam and a diagnosis because they're not a veterinarian. They're not a doctor of veterinary medicine.
Well, just to be clear, he was saying that's what they do in a human exam because he can't speak to what's happening in the animal
I thought that's
world.
what he said that they were doing.
No, I just asked that's why I'm clarifying, just to
Okay.
make sure that, I don't know what's happening in an animal
Well, we know they're
situation.
practicing under indirect because it happens. They admit to it. So
Perhaps the
that's-
people who are certified though are
Yes.
not, are working with
Yeah, and
veterinarians.
that's
Or they
again
would,
where-
if they weren't, and they didn't, then
Yeah.
they might not have.
I just think that we
problem.
need to work better on finding a pathway to work together for indirect supervision. I mean, for direct, sorry, not indirect.
That's what they're looking for.
For direct, I know,
Yeah.
for direct supervision, not indirect. Because there are veterinarians that our hospitals are available that to provide that direct supervision. It's available. It is available. Even Dr. Grant says it's available.
Dr. Solicito?
I have a question with regards to that. When we provide direct supervision, would that require the veterinarian providing the direct supervision to have that at least some level of training for them to be able to supervise?
No. No, they just have to have established the VCPR, develop, I think, come up with a diagnosis, and then this was their recommendation, and they have to be in the hospital and available.
So just to be clear, what is being, I guess the preferred way is that everything that would go to the certified chiropractor, animal chiropractors, would be a referral directly from a practicing veterinarian
Yes.
only. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Maniak.
Just thought of one other thing, and probably not, I'm not able to answer this, but if a person brings their animal to someone for chiropractic work, if something goes wrong and they're looking for a regulatory board in California, who are they likely to reach out to? Would it be the chiropractic board or the California Veterinary Medical Board? And I believe they would be looking to us.
I agree with you. I think that with the current model, just like if an RVT does something, or I should say just an assistant that doesn't have a permit, then it would be the overseeing veterinarian. I think it's in the Nevada rules, once it's referred, and something that I read, once it was referred out to the chiropractor, then it's on the chiropractor. So it would be a level of protection for the veterinarian that referred. It would be on the chiropractor, but
But I'm thinking more of not as much as regulation, as much as common sense for an animal caretaker. What would make sense to them as what would be the regulatory body? And I believe anything having to do with an animal would be on us.
yeah,
You mentioned it, thanks. You mentioned in Kansas, they permit direct and indirect supervision. What is the indirect supervision that's permissible in Kansas?
I didn't review their statutes and regulations directly. I just was sort of going through a list that I found. But typically direct means the veterinarian's present, doesn't have to be like standing over, it's not immediate supervision, but indirect is a referral outside, like it's been referred by the veterinarian, but they don't have to be on the premises.
And we're talking about this now because we suspect this will be 2025 legislation.
Correct.
Obviously, those bills haven't been introduced yet.
Yeah, it is going to be.
It will be. And so, I mean, it's the potential, as we discussed earlier with regulations and statute, that we may lose any type of control over what the ultimate policy becomes once it's in the legislative arena.
Correct. And I think what we're trying to do here is determine whether we want to have a position on it as things move forward. Jessica?
So in the past, you can take a general position against concepts or in support of concepts. Or you can, so that's been delegated to the executive. The board has made statements with the concepts and then delegated the executive committee go and participate in those discussions with the legislature to share positions. Because it's challenging to take a position on something you haven't seen yet. But alternatively, what you have also done in the past is had the executive committee share the overall concerns that the board has discussed with the legislative staff and the members of the legislature. So that could be something that you do here. And now that the executive committee hears the concerns, they can go and share those concerns. In January, if something's introduced by then that's when you could take a full position on a piece of legislation.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of, I have to remind myself that, I'm not here to defend the veterinary profession. That's the other thing. And, there was a lot of defending of the veterinary profession and in some of the comments. We're here to protect the consumers and make sure the consumers and the pets are protected. And so I think it's difficult, sometimes to and not always possible to peel the two apart because we need veterinarians, working here in California and taking care of the animals. And so we definitely want the profession to be healthy and all of that, but we just have to remind ourselves like to try and peel that layer away when we're considering these things. We still may end up at the same position in the end, but we're not here to that's the CVMA's job is
Yeah.
to.
And I want to be clear in defending the profession. That is it's not defending the profession in that respect. It's saying that that is to defend for consumers, because if we don't have, if we keep moving that line, there's, it's not protecting the consumer. And that's what I was saying, to be clear, because there's nobody that is trained to take care of the pets and be there for the consumer. And that's my concern, is that it's like Dr. Maniak said, that why does anybody deserve less? Why do we change it because they say that they're deserving less? And I don't think that that's fair. And I just think that there needs to be, the veterinarian should always be the one that is responsible and should always be the one who has the oversight. That's why we're saying it. That's why we're making sure they're the ones practicing veterinary medicine. And that's the one who needs to protect the pet.
All right.
Would it be prudent then, since we haven't seen any language, we suspect this will be a subject matter for our next meeting, to put an agenda item and to invite those individuals who are advocating, chiropractic care for animals, or who practice or are certified in that area, to come before the board to present their position and give us the opportunity to ask thoughtful, intelligent questions and respond to concerns that we have.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good idea. I actually, on my future agenda items, had thought about seeing if somebody from the ACVA, the certifying body, would tell us more about their program. So I think that's reasonable, and also, allow for the CVMA to present their side of things as well in a more, a clearer way. So I like that. I think we can agendize that. So with that, let's open it up for public comment in the room.
Hi, my name is Grant Miller, and I'm the Regulatory Director at the California Veterinary Medical Association. Given that we are debating a bill that we have yet to see, I will try to keep my comments brief. The CVMA has no official position on a chiropractic scope expansion bill, mainly because we have not seen any specific language. But I can tell you that traditionally we have been opposed to any attempt by the human healthcare profession to expand its scope into veterinary medicine. And in our recent board action planning retreat in San Diego, we in general just went over our legislative priorities, and it does appear that our board will remain in the stance that will be our number one opposition priority. So they're telling us at the CVMA that the very highest priority for us with our resources is to fight scope creep, which is what we call it. So while we have no official position, I can anticipate that we will be strongly opposed to any type of legislation that would expand scope creep, would expand the scope of practice from a healthcare practitioner. In relation to this particular situation, we have a early concern that the Board of Chiropractic itself is involved at this level, in that we don't view a Department of Consumer Affairs board to have the responsibility to devote its resources to expanding what the profession it governs can do. So for instance, this board has said many times that if the RVT profession would like to try to expand what they're doing, that this board is very limited in their statutory authority to help that, and that would have to be championed by statute, and that is more in the ballpark of the professional associations such as the CVMA or CARVTA. And I believe that to be true of all Department of Consumer Affairs boards, that they're supposed to objectively govern the rules and regulations of the profession that they're assigned to oversee. And so to hear that the Board of Chiropractic early on is expending their resources and pursuing um, potentially supporting a bill that would expand what chiropractors can do is of great concern to us, and we will be noting that in their sunset review. I would like to also point out that what's relevant to this board is I'd like us all to remember that when the scope creep is
10
occurring,
seconds.
they're trying to use indirect and direct supervision in a way that it's not intended. And we have to be very careful because we use those terms in our Practice Act that they create. I'm sorry.
You can finish.
Thank you. They create a infrastructure on which we base a lot of our laws and regulations. And if those are taken out of context in statute, that can cause really devastating impacts. So direct and indirect supervision were written within an animal hospital setting, which we now call a registered veterinary premises. And the concept is that the person who is doing the overseeing has some employment power over the person that they're supervising. So in this case, we're not talking about indirect and direct supervision. We're talking about referral. And so we really need to rephrase the context of it so that they really are moving in that direction, because there are always these unforeseen consequences of them saying, well, it's actually indirect. It's not. It is not indirect. It's referral. I'd also like to point out that in our current regulation, section 2038, it says that this musculoskeletal manipulation is done under direct supervision, but specifically states that if it's taking place in a registered veterinary premises, the supervising veterinarian is on the premises. But in the case of the field, like the range setting, it just says that the veterinarian has to be in the general vicinity. So the concept of them saying like, well, it's unnecessary for the veterinarian to be standing right there. We don't even require that they be standing right there now. So I guess maybe, again, we're getting too far into the weeds of a bill that we haven't even seen, but we do have a really good regulation that was passed by this board that was done in conjunction with input from chiropractors at that time. And it's worked, quite well for many years. So the last comment I'd like to make relevant to this board, and this is something that we've just gone through an exercise of this with animal physical rehabilitation, is that the devil in these can be in the details. So for instance, will human beings and animals be seen in the same building, on the same adjustment table? And also, chiropractics involves the use of radiography. They all have x-ray machines and they routinely take radiographs. So are they going to be taking radiographs of animals and then reading those radiographs? Will the premises have minimum standards for infectious disease control and all of the things that we have to have? And then also, which board will oversee them? Who's deciding that? And so the implementation costs of something like this can be, as we know, pretty extensive. And I think that those details, whether somebody agrees with the concept or not, those details can have a huge impact in the way this all would go. So thank you, CVMA. I also, as an equine practitioner and a chiropractor, do routinely see patients for chiropractic work. And I do have some concern about the concept of a certification course that's being taken on dogs and horses, then allowing somebody to just practice on all species, because there are just such vast anatomical differences. I can also tell you that in the course of what I do, I often get called as a chiropractor to work on something that is perceived to be a chiropractic issue, and it's not that at all. It's, for instance, there are medical issues like gastric ulcers is a common one. The horses are irritable. They don't want to be touched. You touch them in a certain place, they pin their ears. That's a result of a spinal cord windup that occurs when they're in chronic pain from GI distress. Another one is bone fragility syndrome, which is silicosis, where the horses are very sore. And then the most common one, Dr. Grant will probably chuckle, is the horse has a sore lower back. So it's going to be like L3 through S1. And they're about 12 years old and they're bucking when you try to ask them to canter. And it's not their back at all, it's their hocks. And that's arthritis. And so I see a lot of situations where it might look chiropractic, but it's actually a totally different thing. And so The reason I bring that up here is because the Ohio law that we are familiar with that was referenced does not have any supervision at all. It says that if the chiropractor is certified by one of those ABCC groups, that they can just open their own businesses and do the work. So there's no veterinarian necessarily involved in those if people are walking in right off the street. So there's a lot of details still to work out, and the CVMA will certainly be present and involved in those. But I appreciate this board's dialogue to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. I do just want to make sure it's clear that the chiropractic board isn't pushing this at all. Like they were approached to ask what their opinion was, and they very graciously included us and wanted to talk to us. I was going over some of the discussion I had just so that everybody could hear what the discussion was, but by no means are they pushing this. And they don't know if they're going to support it either. So I hope that I'm sorry if I was unclear there, but it really isn't them pushing this at all. Well, that wasn't my impression. I got the impression that they were open to it, but they needed to see more and wanted us to be part of any discussions about it before making any decisions. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Okay, I don't think there's any action that's, oh, yes, absolutely. Sorry, they've probably been waiting. Moderator, can you open it up to public comment online, please? And you can allow them to speak for whatever amount of time they need.
Thank you very much. We are open for public comment via WebEx. Now is the time to raise your hand if it's not up already by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. For our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. Our first request apparently also comes from the California Veterinary Medical Association. Hold on just one moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. I see the microphone is unmuted. Are you with us? Hold on just a moment. I'm going to get a visual up on the screen that might be able to help you with your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. That might have been me. Hi, everyone. Dan Baxter on behalf of the California Veterinary Medical Association. I certainly fully sign on to Dr. Miller's comments, and I also appreciate the comments that have been made here today, particularly by Dr. Maniok and Christy Pulowski. I just want to briefly add a couple of additional words here. First, I'm concerned fundamentally that this push is founded on two fundamental misconceptions. The first is clinical or quasi-clinical, and it's this sort of notion that a spine is a spine. And I am concerned not only as the executive director of the CVMA, but frankly, as a pet owner, as a consumer of veterinary services, that this is sort of being used to put the train on the track towards an end that is counterproductive, contrary to the interests of animal welfare, and potentially injurious. And so even though it's a rather obvious point that a spine is not a spine, I do think it's important for us to sort of fundamentally get out in front of that notion before it gains too much steam. The other misconception which is a little bit deeper, I suppose, is this notion that this is an access to care issue. That is not the case. APR is not an access to care issue. Veterinary chiropractics is not an access to care issue. I'm seriously concerned that access to care is now being used rotely as sort of an utterance, an access point for other stakeholder groups to come into veterinary medicine and try to ply their trade. Access to care has a very specific meaning. Yes, it is multifaceted, but there is no hue and cry for additional APR services. There is no hue and cry for additional veterinary chiropractic services. Nobody is sitting at home in an underserved community wondering where the heck they're going to get their next veterinary chiropractic appointment from. That simply is not the case. That is not happening. So let's be very careful when we use access to care as essentially this point of access to this discussion. Last thing I'll say, which is related to the second point and following up on Dr. Miller, this framework that we currently have under 16 CCR 2038, it works. The framework was put together with the advice and consent of the chiropractic profession, and it works. And again, there has not been any indication, much less a widespread one, that the existing structural framework here, existing supervisory framework, is somehow inadequate to meet the needs of California consumers and their animals. Thank you for your time. That's all I have.
And that was our only online request.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to clarify, thank you, Dan, for your comments. I used access in my discussion, and I agree. I think that the overall term of access to care that we've investigated and had subcommittees and that the CVMA did so much work on is related to underserved communities and providing how, what's preventing access to care in that framework. I use the term access for lack of a better word. It was more unavailability of veterinarians, and therefore, like the public comment earlier today, people are unable to find chiropractors. And while I will say I know of challenges in getting APR as well, like not to fuel the fire and get that discussion going, but it is it's not the access in the way that we've been using it, but it is I don't feel like access to care just means for underserved communities, although that is how we have been using it lately. And it definitely is thrown out there quite a bit. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. Yeah, please.
And I just wanted to add also, I just don't want the whole, I guess, availability of care or, unavailability of veterinary care be also pushed aside with regards to chiropractic, I would say, that needs. But it's also the perception of the pet owners that we have to consider. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that this is an opportunity for us to put the specific guardrails that we can put in, because pet owners are going to do what they want with regards to their pet. They would go to anybody that they would feel would be able to provide, the specific care. And that's why I think opening up ourselves to the conversation of, is there a way for us, like making sure that we're vetting these practitioners, be it with direct supervision or, I don't know, licenses. It's just that it looks like this conversation is happening because there's people out there who's wanting to do this. And rather than be outside the scope of what the board can control, I think the conversation just needs to happen, as what Christy had said earlier. We really need to pursue the conversation so that we would have a better understanding of how we're going to be protecting the consumers themselves. And unfortunately, sometimes we have to protect the consumers from themselves.
Jessica.
Sorry, I just wanted to quickly expand a little bit on what you had said, Dr. Bradbury, about the Board of Chiropractic Examiners. And I do understand the concern and the perception. I just need to be very clear that none of them have been pushing for this. This was something that they were approached with and wanted to know if this is something that they could get behind. And before even having that full discussion with their board, they came out to us and said, this is something that we've been approached with. In the meeting, it was, this is the information that's being presented to us. They wanted to know what our thoughts were, what our concerns were. And that's not something that we want to discourage, because they could have had these meetings with the author's office and then gone to their board and had all these discussions, not so much to support a scope expansion, but very much like what we do when there are scope expansion bills. We don't sponsor them, but we do participate in the discussions of whether or not we think that we can implement that. Potential fiscal things to consider. And that was something that the executive director was looking at, where she was looking at what was being presented to her. Is this something that she can implement? What are the fiscal things that to consider? Are there consumer protection concerns? And so that's really where that collaboration came into play, not necessarily that they're pushing for something. So I don't want that to be perceived as they went full throttle into supporting a concept when they didn't. And I don't want that to come back and hinder any further conversations.
Yeah, I'm so sorry if I gave that impression at all. In any case, the one last thing I did want to come back to is, and I should have written down the number that you brought up, but the current regulations that allow for them to practice under the 2038. Regardless of how this all turns out, should we be considering adding certification? So there's at least some training on animals as part of that regulation. So that's just something to think about. Okay. So we don't need a motion or anything like that. So we can, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break. It is 2:34, so we'll come back at 2:45. And we'll be moving on to agenda item number 9. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughtfulness on this. We're good. Oh, I did it on time. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so now we are on to agenda item 9, update discussion on telehealth and federal prescription requirements. Jessica and Tara, take it away.
Okay, so following the recent enactment of telehealth provisions in AB 1399 and the Food and Drug Administration's recent publication regarding telehealth and the veterinarian client-patient relationship requirements, we thought it would be useful for practitioners to understand how the Veterinary Medical Board will enforce these provisions. Specifically, this memo provides background and discussion of federal and state law regarding the limitation of using telehealth to prescribe extra labeled drugs for use on animal patients or veterinary feed directives for a VFD drug. Federal law requires the veterinarian to have recently seen and be personally acquainted with the keeping and care of the animal by virtue of examination of the animal and/or by making medically appropriate and timely visits to the premises where the animal is kept to establish a VCPR to prescribe an extra labeled drug or issue a VFD for a VFD drug. Under state law, Business and Professions Code Section 4826.6 subdivision I3 accommodates this federal law limitation and requires a veterinarian practicing via telehealth to comply with all relevant state and federal regulations to order, prescribe, or make available drugs. This discussion is on page 9 of the memo. The board should consider in its sunset review report under issue number 9 whether the requirement should be clarified regarding compliance with all relevant state and federal regulations to instead require compliance with all relevant state and federal laws. A veterinarian who distributes or issues a prescription for an extra labeled drug or issues a VFD for a VFD drug to treat an animal patient may maintain the VCPR via telehealth and issue an extra label prescription or VFD drug in accordance with state and federal law, but the veterinarian is prohibited under federal law from establishing the underlying VCPR via telehealth. I've also noted that Food and Agricultural Code Section 14401 provides that in order to administer a medically important antimicrobial drug to livestock, the drug must be ordered by a licensed veterinarian through a prescription or VFD pursuant to a VCPR that meets the requirements of BPC Section 4826.6. As described in the memo, FAC Section 14401 may need to be clarified to specify a medically important antimicrobial drug shall not be administered to livestock unless ordered by a licensed veterinarian through a prescription or VFD pursuant to a VCPR that meets the requirements of federal and state law, rather than citing to Business and Professions Code Section 4826.6. Such a legislative proposal should be coordinated with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. I'm not going to go through the whole memo. That's just the short summary of it. Does anyone have any questions?
Would it be helpful if we kind of get you guys up to speed on what this is all about? Okay, just so you understand, kind of, I'll do my best. I'm sure there will be some corrections. But when the legislation, was it 1339? 1399, for telemedicine was going through the legislature, we discussed with them that there were some concerns about differences in federal and state with federal requirements in establishment of a VCPR versus what we were what they were proposing. And there was, in the memo, it goes through this, but there was the impression by the authors that that it did allow for this to be legal, for the establishment of VCPR through audiovisual means. In looking at the wording of it, to me, it was, it wasn't that specific, but recently, I think because people were questioning it, was it the FDA? Yeah, the FDA issued a statement clarifying what their interpretation of their statute is, which is that for drugs that are being used extra label, and for those who are not veterinarians, those are drugs that are usually human drugs that don't have specific labeling for animals. So there's some drugs that have been developed specifically for animals, and it is on the packaging for use on a dog or a cat or a horse, or cattle. But there's many drugs that we use in veterinary medicine that are not are off label. So that would be extra label drugs. So the FDA, and a VFD is a veterinary feed directive. Yeah, and that's something that's used in production medicine, so livestock. They create these veterinary feed directives that are medications that are put into large quantities of food, and so there are different like antibiotics and various medications, and that's for various reasons they're put into food products for these animals, and that's called a VFD. So the FDA has said now that the establishment of a VCPR has to be in person in order to prescribe an extra label drug or a veterinary feed directive, which is different than what our state law says. So and of course it supersedes state law, and that's probably the wrong term, but I think you get the the gist, right? So the federal law is, we are going to follow the federal law if there's disciplinary action against somebody practicing telemedicine and establishing a VCPR, and they're prescribing either a VFD or an extra label drug. So we wanted to make sure, since this had come up and there were questions surrounding it, that this was clear to everyone, and so we wanted to discuss it in this meeting. But I think also Tara noted that there's this medically important antimicrobial drug that hasn't been addressed fully. So is that correct, Tara?
The Food and Agricultural Code references the VCPR requirements under 4826.6. And I just think it would be more clarifying to refer to the VCPR requirements for federal and state law rather than specific to 4826.6, because it may be confusing that somehow they could issue a veterinary feed directive for use of a BFD in an animal using or establishing a VCPR by telehealth. So I just think it would be more clear, for individuals who solely rely on the FAC statutes rather than, properly referring to the Veterinary Medicine Practice Act.
Dr. Grant?
Just a quick enrichment. There was 70 horses just died recently in Oklahoma from eating cattle feed that had monensin in it. So it's a extremely important thing, that the labeling and everything else that goes on.
Okay, so this says that this proposal should be coordinated with the CDFA. So is this something we should have a MDC subcommittee look at?
Yeah, so we have quarterly meetings with the CDFA as part of one of the MDC subcommittees, and it could be something that we bring up to them and see if they have any concerns with potential legislation to clarify that, and then discuss whether or not it's something that they would like to propose or potentially have us include it in our sunset if there's no concerns with it. We can reach out to CDFA and have that discussion, and then potentially bring back an update in the January meeting.
Great. I think that would be great. Any other comments from board members? Public comment? Moderator, can you please open it up to those online?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 9. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. For our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... at the bottom, in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yeah, thank you so much. All right. Moving on, update, discussion, and possible action on 2025 Sunset Review Report. So for the newer members, would you describe what the Sunset Review is?
Yeah.
But it's just easier.
Yeah, so all boards under DCA were created by statute, and those statutes their creation statute gives us a certain period of time to exist. And then in order to get that extended, we go through what's called a sunset review process in front of the legislature to basically justify our existence of why we should continue. It's a very, each year, hopefully every 4 years, we're given a template from the legislature with a whole bunch of questions to go over and give them our historical background, to give them some information, very detailed information on basically everything that it is that we do. And then we give that report. That report is due in the beginning of January this year. Thankfully, we're almost done with the report right now. But so we submit our report, and then the members of the legislature, there's a joint committee with the Senate and the Assembly. They then review the report. Committee staff will issue what they call a background paper, and they identify any issues that we identify in our paper, and then any issues that they see either based on our sunset review report or other things that the community, the stakeholders have brought to their attention. And then they have a hearing on our everything that we have reported, any new issues. There's a bill that's introduced in the very beginning. It's typically a spot bill just to introduce it and start the legislative process. And then as the bill goes along the process, you'll see a lot of legislative changes that are being proposed, a lot of the things that we've identified, typically for process improvements, they include in the sunset bill itself. And then it goes through the normal legislative process. And then hopefully if everything is going well, we get it extended for another 4 years, and that will be effective hopefully by January 2026 would be our sunset bill. So any implementation, any legislative changes that we're asking here, it won't be effective if they take it. It wouldn't be effective until January 2026.
And then just, this kind of goes back to your question about regs and statutes. This is the really like the only time, sometimes we go to the legislature and try and get a sponsor, but this is the time that we actually can get things into statute, is through the sunset process. All right.
All right. So with that, members, most of you have seen the majority of this report because it's been a work in progress for the last year. And I just got to say, I really have to give props to our whole team. This is my 5th sunset that I've been through, and this is probably the most organized and well-prepared in advance report that we've ever done. So I really want to thank the whole team for all of their work on that. And being able to be this far and have you have already reviewed the majority of the report is pretty amazing. And we're not having to scramble to try to put everything together at the last minute. And prior boards I've seen where they have to do emergency meetings in between their scheduled meeting and then when they have to turn the report in because there's so much information. And we typically don't get the template from the legislature until July of this year. So we got this report July of this year, but we had been using a prior template because the templates rarely change. And so we were able to use the prior template for most of the items here. And so you'll see here, we did identify the track changes of the substantive changes that we made since the last meeting in July. If there were grammatical changes, thank you, Christy, for sending a lot of technical changes as well. We didn't track those because we want you to focus on the substantive amendments since then. So with that, we'd like to just walk through it with you as far as the substantive changes that were made. So you'll see, let's go to I'm scrolling, but you can't see it on your screen. But I think the first substantive change that we did was I believe it was to the committee participation. We added quite a bit of participation at page 23. I know, Justin, you're looking through it. Page 23, you're going to see a lot of involvement. Huge kudos to Kathy Bowler and how much involvement she is on all of those subcommittees related to ICVA. You can see all of her years of service. She had over 9 years of service to the various committees for the ICVA. We added additional participation for various members. We have the committees that I serve on, as well as the committee that Christy Pulowski was appointed to. And then at any time, if you have any questions or want me to stop, I'll stop. Please feel free. Go ahead.
I don't think it counts here, but I didn't know if Dr. Nunez being on the board of directors goes anywhere in here.
It should, and that's a huge oversight if that's not included. So we will put that in here as well. We'll mark his time where he appointed, and then that he's still serving.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So going through the fiscal and staff, there weren't any, I don't think, substantive changes to that, but we did want to point out, and I know Dr. Bradbury wanted to as well, when it comes to the potential for a fee increase in statute. For those who aren't aware, our fees are set in statute, and there's typically a cap in statute, and then you can raise it through regulations, but our regulations and our statutes are currently matching. And during our last sunset review, we were thinking that we would have to pursue a legislative change to increase that cap. We were able to not have to do that. And we're pushing that fee increase out as much as possible. But it does show that we will likely need to raise our cap in between this sunset bracket within the next 4 years. And so that is coming. Something that we will have to address, and we've been very transparent about that possibility. Of course, we continue to try to push it out as much as possible, but it is likely something that we'll have to put into our sunset bill, is increasing the fees. When we increase the fees in statute, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it automatically increases the fees. We would then have the ability to increase the fees through regulations over the next 4 years. So it looks like it's at the tail end right now that we would have to increase those fees, but we used our sunset bill as the vehicle to do that. And then let's see, I'm going through, I think the next set of substantive amendments are, I'm scrolling to them. On page 46, item 26, we restructured that one to include the proposal that we did for the RVTs and VACSPs. That was a question related to the efficient and effective processing of applications. We believe that the changes that we're proposing that the board approved and the MEDC approved yesterday nicely fit into this question of what we're doing to improve the licensing and application process. So we added that section. Under 29, we added the information regarding the fact that the statute does require the board to approve all schools, but as those of you who recall, we did a pretty extensive research on the requirement to approve schools and the fact that we haven't actually approved the schools since 1995. And there's a lot of other entities who are providing that oversight. And we felt that rather than creating this whole program to approve all these schools and make these schools jump through additional hoops, we felt it was unnecessary for consumer protection to continue this program. And so we are recommending that that be removed. So you see that answer in number 29. What you see was crossed out was from prior responses, but what we felt was that was more misleading than anything and didn't quite get at the question that was asked. And so we changed that. And then let's see. Number 35, page 55. We just shorten that sentence down. And then on what is the dollar threshold for settlement reports received by the board, we clarified the differences between the cap for insurers. They have a $10,000 threshold. For those without professional liability insurance, the reporting requirement is actually $3,000. So we put that in there for clarification.
So that's that's like a self-reporting requirement. So if we
Yes.
get a complaint and they've paid out damages but haven't self-reported, that would be another
Violation.
Okay.
Yes. All right. The next one was number 40, page 57. This is related to the cite and fine and the changes that we've made to the cite and fine authority since the last sunset review. As those of you who were here, we recently changed 2043. That's our citation authority that discusses what we can issue a citation for. We made it more broad to fit what the statute was, and the intention of it was to be able to provide to issue a citation for things that are not necessarily engaged in the practice of veterinary medicine, but could be still a violation of our act. So we put that in here to let them know that we did make that regulatory change to our citation authority. And then the next one on page 58, the board's efforts to obtain cost recovery. We included all the information that we worked on that we raised an issue at our last sunset hearing with collecting cost recovery. And as you recall, there was a lot of concerns that we weren't able to recoup a lot of our costs for what the tools that we had available to us. One of the concerns that we had was that the cost declaration that DFI was using was not compliant with the law, and therefore resulted in a lot of our cost recovery requests being denied. And so we worked with DCA and DFI, and then they in turn worked with the Attorney General's office to make their cost declarations compliant with the law. So that helps us be able to recoup costs more effectively. And you can see in our enforcement data that we're able to collect and have more cost recovery ordered because of this change that was made. We also we improved our tracking mechanisms for the costs that we have for subject matter experts and our consultants when that was not necessarily always done. So now we have that. So we felt that was a very important improvement to let the legislature know. Number 47, we also provided more specific information about how much was ordered and cost recovery. If you remember from the July meeting, the feedback was it was giving averages, and we wanted it to be more specific. So we provided more specific information there. Number 48, we also, those are just clarifying statements of how we can seek cost recovery. There are certain things that we cannot seek cost recovery in. So we added the petition for reinstatement, petitions to revoke probation, petitions to modify or terminate probation, or even any default decisions. We don't have the authority to request cost recovery in those actions. And then the next substantive changes on section 6, page 62, number 57. We mentioned in the telemedicine and the changes that we had effective January 1, 2024 for 4826.6. And then section 7, the workforce development and job creations. Historically, this is something where it comes to workforce development, most boards and us included have put in clarification that it's not our role to increase the workforce. It's for consumer protection, and we don't typically have any data on those the workforce development. But the work that we did with AAVSB go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was waiting for you to finish. Yeah.
The work that we did with AAVSB to allow students to take the exam 3 months prior to graduation, we believe will actually end up helping them enter the workforce, where a lot of RVT students who don't pass the VTNE, the further on they get, the less likely they are to succeed in the exam. And so what we were hearing is that there's RVTs who just don't enter the workforce anymore because they don't pass that exam. And so by allowing them to take the exam 3 months prior to graduation will help them enter the workforce at a faster rate and have more people enter the workforce. So we thought that was a good workforce development to add here.
I just also thought maybe we could add that with that, in that same discussion, or is that we got them to increase the number of testing windows.
Yep. So that, and thank you for that, because that was a request as well, is to increase the number of testing windows. The other piece of that was to allow them, because they increased another testing window and then they changed their how they are administering all the exams, how they're offering them, they have the potential for someone to take a different exam within the same window. So they can take it much faster than that. So I can add that as well. Okay. All right, just writing that down. All right. So we are on page 63 still, number 60. The prior version had the information of what we did at our prior sunset as far as working with the schools and the presentations that we do, but it was referencing the prior requirement for that 3-day course that we did the presentation for, which we no longer do because that course was eliminated with the elimination of the exam. And so we updated that response to be more applicable to what we are currently doing, which is the outreach with the students at the schools. And then,
Sorry.
sorry, go ahead.
Do we have that we have student liaisons in this paragraph?
Yes. The board through two veterinary student
Yeah,
liaisons,
sorry,
one
okay.
from UC Davis. Yeah, so we have
Great.
that as well. 61, we added there referencing the new issue number 15. This is the referencing the proposal that we also had mentioned in the board's sunset. I'm sorry, in the board's the earlier agenda item today in the MDC. So we have that there because we did feel that specifically that 2,500 practice hours is more appropriate, where before it was the 44 or 16 directed clinical practice hours. And go ahead.
Oh, this always after, I'm waiting for you to
We just
finish
see-
and then
see your
it's just so
hand
that
up.
you don't move
Sorry.
on afterwards. Yeah. 'Cause
Okay.
I have a comment on this thing. So finish what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so this would help with that because if you recall from the prior sunset report, when we were talking about the practice requirement for veterinarians and how it was a barrier to licensees, specifically women also who wanted to take time off and raise their children, having that such a high practice hour requirement was a barrier to employment and licensure. And so it was reduced. And so we're asking for something similar to that where we're reducing it for our VTs as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I really, am not trying to interrupt your thought there. But you are good at getting back on track. So that's great. I just had a comment on this one. Weren't we also going to ask for the and maybe this is in later because I go through and I make my comments and it may have come up later and I didn't remove it. We're asking for removal of the educational requirements for the alternate path RVTs so that we can align like people within the state to out of state requirements.
We haven't done that yet. We're going to talk about it later.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if well,
Sorry, can you remind me what you're talking about?
so if there's an out-of-state applicant that has an alternative path, they don't have educational requirements and they're licensed in another state. They have, okay, so there's an veterinary technician that's licensed in another state and they had been licensed under an alternative pathway that did not require education. They're able to apply to California and we accept that and they can get a RVT license here without any education, formal education. Whereas if you are just a California resident, in order to get an RVT license through the alternative pathway, you require at least some education. And we discussed that that isn't fair.
Right.
And I thought this might go into the sunset report.
So we can add it. So apologies because I don't know why I thought it was under new issues, but if it's
It may
not
be.
because you have already discussed it and said that is something that you want to do. You might not have, I don't remember if we approved actual legislative language, but we can add it here, but then have if the legislative language hasn't been approved yet, we can have that in the January meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll mark it. Yeah.
It may be in here somewhere and I just want to make sure it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Section 8, these are the current issues. You'll see 64 and 65 was removed because when we got the template in July for the 2025 report, these were removed. That's why those questions are removed. I'm going to scroll down to sorry, I should have had these page numbers labeled. So we did make a change to, and by we, I mean, thank you, Tara. She provided this to us yesterday. This is different than what was previously posted, just so all of you know, but it is posted online now. There was a change to the issue number 9, telemedicine terms.
What page is that on?
I'm sorry, page 95. Oh, yeah, but sorry, the changes are on 95, right?
So it starts on the telemedicine terms, number 9, not
Mhm.
94. Okay.
So these changes would incorporate the telehealth, telemedicine, teletriage, and teleconsultation definitions previously approved by the board in 2021 prior to the enactment of AB 1399, and then incorporate those new types of services into Business and Professions Code, Section 4826.6, for better clarity of the various kinds of teleservices that can be provided through or for veterinary medicine. And here, I also want to add that, as I just noted in my discussion of telehealth and federal and state law under agenda item 9, I think since this section proposes to amend BPC section 4826.6, I think the board also needs to include clarifying amendment to subdivision I, paragraph 3, so that a veterinarian practicing telehealth and prescribing medications through telehealth has to comply with all relevant state and federal laws instead of the current language, which is complying with all relevant state and federal regulations. So I'm hoping that the board will consider adding that minor amendment to BPC section 4826.6, subdivision I, paragraph 3.
Should we, since this is a change, should we discuss that before moving forward? And
Sure. Yeah, and then any input that the board provides, you would just approve as amended today
Yeah.
if we want to add things to it.
just so that we don't move on, and does anybody have any questions about that change and recommendation? Any concerns? I think that makes sense to me, Tara. Let's just open it up for public comment for that one. Anybody have any concerns with that? Nobody in the room. Moderator, can you open it up for public comment on?
Absolutely. We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, please. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so the next substantive change is on page 97, new issue 13, 13 and 14. These were things where the board had, as part of their strategic plan, put these legislative requests in. We just added the discussion, more of the rationale behind why we're asking for those. We don't have specific legislative language yet. Any of these things will be, so I think actually it's just 13 and 14. You haven't seen specific language of what that would look like. And so in January, you'll see that actual language. But we wanted to make sure prior to submitting this report that the legislature knows this is a specific strategic plan goal that you are requesting they help address through our sunset report. rest of the attachments are just the operational attachments. We did not have any major studies, and so that one is left off, but we had the board's admin manual, which, because I know the next agenda item is going through the admin manual. If there are changes to it that are adopted today, that obviously would be incorporated in the updated report. And then we have our year-end organization charts for the last fiscal years. With that, any discussion, questions, and we also have a proposed motion at the very top.
I don't see any questions. Okay, can I have a motion? Yes, please.
Okay. I move that the board approve the 2025 Sunset Review Report as modified, direct the executive officer to correct any factual inconsistencies and make technical or non-substantive changes to the Sunset Review Report, and submit the Sunset Review Report to the appropriate legislative committees, and delegate to the executive committee and executive officer authority to communicate and work with legislative committees and stakeholders on drafting and amending the board's sunset bill.
I'll second it. Okay, public comment? Moderator, can you open it up for public comment, please?
We are open for public comment online for the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. For our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... at the bottom in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll go for the vote. Dr. Solicito,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes?
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Dr. Maniak,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes,
motion carries.
fantastic. Thank you. Thanks for all your hard work, you guys. Matt?
Thank you, Dr. Bradbury. I just wanted to say we appreciate Jessica giving us credit for all the work we did on the report, and we did put a lot of hours in it, but I don't think any of us put in as many hours as she did on the report. And I just want
Aw.
to put that back to her because it wouldn't be in the state without her just constant efforts and oversight and just making sure everything was done appropriately. So thank you, Jessica.
Yes, thank you very much.
I will say thank you to everybody because I think everybody worked hard on it. So
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, I remember having an emergency meeting for the last sunset. So I appreciate not having to do that in December. So thank you, everybody, for getting this together. And it really also made it easier. I'm sure, like for us, we've been going through this for months and months. So I'm sorry to you guys who have to read it. You had a little bit of it last time, but you had the whole thing to read. So that was Sunday, I'm sure. But in any case, it really has made it more manageable and I think more effective, right?
Yeah.
Because we can actually think about it and all of that. So thanks to everyone. All right, moving on to agenda item number 11, update, discussion, and possible action on the administrative procedure manual. Jessica?
All right, so it is recommended to review your admin manual at least once every couple years. And last board meeting, we had a request to add it on a future agenda item. So that is what's before you to suggest any changes to it. The only thing that I was going to raise is a potential improvement to the document. And I think Maria Esther, she's not here anymore, but she actually sounds like she may support this. And I actually got the idea from her when she was telling me how much she appreciated the training that AAVSB provides to new board members. And I kind of thought like, oh man, DCA does such a better job at what they do. I mean, I'm not to disparage them because what they do is better than nothing, but DCA does a fantastic job in the board member orientation training, and it's required for all board members to take it. It's not required for the MDC to take it. But hearing her thoughts, I think that would be something for this board to consider a policy and put it into the admin manual to have the MDC members complete the board member orientation training at the same frequency that the board members are, which is upon appointment and then upon any reappointment.
I think that's a great idea. Fiscally, is that a huge cost?
So yes, they're not huge cost. There would be a cost to it. They would get paid the per diem. It's a day-long course. So we would pay them the per diem, which is $100 for them to participate. But the rewards to that, I think, far outweigh that.
So we don't have to pay, I mean, I'm not saying that the cost would still, I just want to be clear about it. Do we pay DCA for the training?
No, that's
Okay.
all part of our, well, it's all pro rata, so we are paying for it, but
Right, but
it's already
in there. Okay, and travel?
So, so far recently it's been virtual. So if they do go to in-person and they go to the in-person, there's going to be some travel cost there.
Okay, well, I'm for that. Anybody else? All right. Any other suggestions, updates? Yes.
I do have, I think in staying with DEI, I think that we should change his or her to their. Do you think that would be?
We could do that.
I think that should, something that we should do throughout the document. And then meeting locations. Do we bring that up?
You're talking about on page 6,
Yes.
at least once in Northern California and once in Southern California?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jessica and I talked about that. That's actually in statute.
I know it's in statute.
Yeah, so we need to leave that in there.
So I knew it was in statute because
And
know.
the reason we're not, we haven't been pursuing the Southern California meetings is because of the virtual component of these meetings. And they don't have a meeting place where we would be able to have the same virtual participation in Southern California.
Yeah,
So
we've talked about it at the meetings. I just didn't know if that changed anything in that, because of the statute. I know we can't. So, and then my last thing was the exam preparation. Sorry, I wrote all this down and I didn't put it down the pages, but it's on
page 12 or it's page 7 of the number document, 12 of the PDF.
Yeah.
Examination preparation says each person having access to examination content shall sign a security agreement. That's likely a carryover when we did our own California specific examinations.
Yeah.
But we still have our veterinary law examination. So I think for now it's okay
Should
to
still
leave in there.
stay. And I kind of was on the fence for that one. I didn't know. So that was all I had.
I have a few things too, but yes, please.
Mine's quick. I would recommend changing all citations to B and P code to BPC. Just seems to be more in line with the board's latest use of a shorter statement for business and professions code. So
Oh, yeah, I
effectively,
like that.
there's definitions. I guess the acronym.
Yeah, they're at the end.
The acronyms are
I
on
know.
20. Yeah, so change it instead of B and P code, just change it to BPC and then make conforming revisions throughout the rest of the document.
All right. Okay. I had a couple things. So page 2, no, page 6, sorry. So this is just after the meeting, where we're meeting. Board member attendance at board meetings. for the purposes of petition hearings, board members are required to be physically present at the board meeting and are unable to participate via teleconference. I think we need to remove that.
Well, there's different types of teleconference now. So there's teleconference, which used to be by phone.
Yeah.
And now we've got like a telemeeting where there's a WebEx component. The issue here is that the board and the respondent need to be able to see each other. So an individual board member cannot phone it in. So that, they would need to be able to see the or the petitioner's mannerism and, nonverbal communications effectively through to make a determination. So if you want to change that, you would need to take into consideration, restructuring of it. So the member could participate virtually as long as there is audio and visual connection between the board member and the meeting, something like that.
What if we change to participate via video teleconference? Or that they are, well, no, that doesn't work. Unable to participate. If you add under unable to participate via teleconference
Unless-
without the video, I don't know.
Yeah, unless video. I mean, I feel like we do we often have a member that's on video conference. I feel like we've done this before with video conference. I think even some of the petitioners have been on video conference at times. So, and, I think for purposes, board members are required to be, can we just state able to visually see and be seen, or, however you just described it, Tara, like
Or unable to participate via
telephone?
solely telephonically. or
Yeah.
solely through telephonic means.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Anybody have any concerns with that? Okay. And then under board member participation, the board president may contact members who have missed 3 consecutive meetings. I think 2 consecutive meetings would be more reasonable. Like, okay, you guys are good with that too?
I agree, because, 3 is already pretty much like the entire year.
Yeah.
So that means it's only one participation per year, so.
Great, thank you. And then let's see, this is page 16. At the bottom, it says recruitment efforts for upcoming vacancies on the MDC shall begin at least 12 months prior to the expiration of said term. That we haven't been doing this. We haven't needed to do this. We've had quite robust participation. So do we want to remove that altogether, or say 4 months or 3 months?
So I don't think that the 12 months is necessary. I'd be more in favor of removing that sentence, just because it really is based on the resources that you have and the ability to get the recruitment efforts out there. We typically start 3 months prior, 2 months prior, and haven't had any issues with getting a lot of applicants. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I want it changed to 3 months because
Right.
there could be other things that happen that we aren't able to make that. So I don't think it's
I just
necessary.
removed the sentence. Is that okay with everyone? Okay. And then page 18. Same thing, recruitment. Well, we need to change the wording of that. Let's see here. That says, it says DEC instead of WEC.
Yep.
So we need to change that through there, through the wellness, that starts on page 17, I guess. So we need to change that to WEC instead of DEC, and then remove that sentence for the recruitment for 12 months. Okay, and then on page 19, says board policy under disciplinary actions, the last paragraph says all final decisions by the board following formal disciplinary proceedings of alleged violations of the Practice Act shall be published on the board's website and in its newsletter after the effective date of the decision. And then under an accusation is the first public document in any case. It says that, it's available to the public upon request, but I feel like we have in the past, we've published accusations on our website
We do.
before they are adjudicated. And is
Yeah.
it, yeah,
Yeah, it's a great catch. That must be a pretty old sentence because even before my time, the board was posting the accusations, and that is considered a disciplinary action that is part of Business and Professions Code 27 that we are required to post the accusation itself. So I think that should be updated to reflect the requirement under BPC Section 27. What are your thoughts, Tara?
I'm trying to find the BPC section. It's under the general DCA.
27.
It's just 20. Yeah. Include that citation and then just, make sure it's consistent.
Yep. The other thing too, I'm seeing, which also I don't know where it would come from. It says final decision shall be reported to the National Disciplinary Database. There isn't one. So, and maybe they're trying to get at the database for AAVSB, but there's not it's not like the human practitioners, they have a national practitioners data bank that you have to report disciplinary actions to. Doesn't exist for veterinary medicine. And so perhaps have it that it'll be reported to AAVSB within the 30 days, because I do think that's our only mechanism to report discipline on a national level. But it shouldn't refer to it that database.
Okay.
So I can make that change too.
Anybody? Yep, go ahead.
Explain that again.
Which part? The AAVSB thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now it reads that the final decision shall be reported to the National Disciplinary Database, as if that's a thing that exists out there. And in the human health world, they have the National Practitioners Data Bank that they have to, all of the allied health boards have to report discipline to that data bank. And that's audited on a federal level to make sure that the boards are compliant with. And in the veterinary world, that doesn't exist. The only thing that is the intention of the equivalency would be what AAVSB has through their database. They have the option for all states to report their discipline to this database, and that way we know of discipline in other states. Unfortunately, less than half of the states are currently reporting their discipline. And so we've been a big proponent of encouraging states to do that. And so I think that it would make sense to reference that database, but this, because it's also in caps, like it's a proper noun and it's not a thing. So
So we have a requirement to report it to something that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because this is gonna mirror what's, not 127, 27. Yeah, yeah, you're right. But it's
Can you
making, sorry. So
explain what you guys are talking about?
she asked again about the section on page 15, 19 of the PDF about the sentence where it says, once the accusation is filed, it's public, documented, and available on request. And then they're saying, but it's section 27 is already mentioned on what's being disclosed. But it kind of conflicts with what that statement is. And so we want to make sure that what's in that policy doesn't conflict with 27. So we'll either strike it completely or make it align with what 27 requires.
Okay.
And it's both of those sentences.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have any other things that came up from me. Anybody else? Okay, so I think we need a motion to approve changes. Is there certain wording?
I know. Can I just make a motion to accept, do I need to just say accept or to, how am I going to do that? Approve the revisions as made today for the administrative manual?
Perfect.
Great. Can we get a second?
Second.
Great. Public comment? None in the room. Moderator, can you open it up to public comment online, please?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 11 and the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, I think we're good to continue with the motion.
Thank you, moderator. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Solicito,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Dr. Noel. Oh, gosh, that was old.
Dr. Nolan.
I missed that one. Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Maniak,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I miss all the I's that used to get I. That was a Kathy Bowler. And then I said it for a little while. All right, moving on, we are going to hear from, for agenda item 12, our student liaison reports. We have our own Holly Masterson and from University of California, Davis, and then Anna Stiles from Western. Is she on? Great. Who wants to go first? You want to go first? Okay, we're going to have Holly go first. I wanted, there was, from when I was going over the minutes, there was a collaboration with the CDFA, the board, and Western University and UC Davis to promote the financial incentives intended to reduce the burden of student loans on these future veterinarians. Was that you, Holly, that we asked, or was it Anna? Anyway, it must have been Anna. I'm sorry. Yeah, you weren't here last time. That's okay. It was Anna. I'm sorry. I thought I wrote really good notes on my thing, and then I didn't. So anyway, Holly, take it away.
Okay. Hello. Thank you so much again to the board for welcoming me back today. I have a few updates on various aspects of our vet school, including the newest class of students, our global programs office, spectrum of care curriculum, and some ways for veterinarians to get involved with mentorship at our school. So first, some school updates. This year, our school received the 2024 Health Professions Higher Education Excellence in Diversity Award, mouthful. This is from the Insight into Diversity magazine, which is the oldest and largest diversity-focused publication in higher education. Our school has been really focused on introducing students to veterinary medicine from low-income and rural areas with a welcoming and supportive environment through various programs. And we also have a lower cost tuition than a majority of veterinary schools in the country and offer more than $120 million in scholarships for students each year. The newest class, the class of 2028, has a record high of 58% of the students being first generation college students. And also there is an increase by 29% in underrepresented in medicine students. So those are students with Hispanic, African American, American Indian, or Alaska Native heritage. And this is actually the most diverse class of students at UC Davis Vet Med to date. So very exciting. Next, I wanted to talk about an interesting aspect of UC Davis that not many people know about, and that's the Global Programs Office. At our school, there are lots of international staff members that have connections with schools and facilities all over the world who excitedly take on veterinary students. There are thousands of dollars that go into supporting these students through scholarships each year. And that way we all have an opportunity to take part in these programs without worrying about increasing our debt. This past summer, I had the opportunity to take part in one of the fully funded programs that takes place in Otjiwarongo, Namibia. I also applied and received an additional scholarship to help pay for the lengthy flight. And so, without these scholarships, I never would have been able to take on such an amazing experience. So I'm very grateful to the school's program. In that program, I was with the Cheetah Conservation Fund, which is based in Namibia, and it's focused on saving the cheetah as a species and encouraging coexistence between wildlife and livestock in a country where food-producing animals are the primary source of income. So I was able to participate in a large variety of experiences, from workups on non-releasable cheetahs to daily physical exams on the model farm dairy goats. And this experience ended up being extremely rewarding because I learned so much, not just about veterinary medicine, but also spectrum of care with limited resources, and how to connect and communicate with people from a very diverse range of backgrounds. So I just thought it'd be interesting to sort of discuss that with the board and let you all know an interesting experience that they're letting us take part in. Some of the other scholarships offered allowed students to go to places like Vietnam, South Korea, Thailand, and Ireland to work on research, clinical skills, and experience new perspectives. We also had a film festival a few weeks back where each student that traveled globally have made a short video presentation, and they are actually viewable if you are interested, including my own. They're on the Global Programs website. Speaking of spectrum of care, I thought I'd mention some updates on something I've been helping coordinate between the board and UC Davis. As a large school with every specialty someone could think of, I feel that there are times when spectrum of care gets buried in the curriculum. And UC Davis recently hired a new chair for our Access to Care programs, Dr. Emily McCobb. She is also currently looking into where spectrum of care can be added or enhanced within our curriculum. And after speaking a bit with various members of the board, it seemed that the VMB was also looking for ways to provide educational resources about spectrum of care to new veterinarians. And as mentioned earlier by Dr. Sullivan, the outreach subcommittee will be meeting with UC Davis faculty in November. And so I just wanted to thank Jessica for helping me get this started, because I think it'll be a really helpful and cool thing. Lastly, I just wanted to reiterate what I've said in the past about participating in programs with UC Davis. Current veterinarians are welcome to participate in our many Access to Care programs over Northern California. And this is a really great opportunity to work with the next generation of veterinarians closely and help them develop their confidence and skills, as well as giving back to the local communities that need care for their precious pets. And another opportunity would be to serve as a mentor for our client communications program. In this program, students practice simulated appointments with clients played by actors, and we learn the tools necessary for navigating critical care, difficult decisions, and euthanasia. We are especially short on large animal mentors, so any current or retired veterinarians who would like to help mentor students on client communication is very welcome to come join us. And Jessica, I believe, has the email addresses for these opportunities. She already sent it out to the board recently. Alternatively, you are more than welcome to contact me directly. So that concludes my report today. Thank you again for having me back to represent my school, and hopefully that was informative.
Thank you so much, Holly. So that explains why you weren't here.
Yeah.
That's so exciting. Oh, I'm definitely gonna watch your video. It's actually something I'm very interested in
Thank you. I'm glad to
conservation,
hear it.
wildlife medicine. So that's awesome that they're doing that. Also, the diversity update was really encouraging and very interesting. At the AAVSB, we had a speaker on kind of on some of the blowback of DEI and how things sort of went from being really open to it. And then in some states, there's been a lot of blowback and cutting of programs and things, which has affected uh, all underrepresented groups, including in rural, large animal type people. So people like individuals that come from small communities that don't have a lot of money, because a lot of the programs were money-based, and thinking, that was, in any case, it was a very eye-opening presentation, and it's great that there's some improvements in at UC Davis, at least. I also just wanted to thank you for helping us and bringing all of this information to us, and working with us, and for coming and sitting through these meetings. And did you have any thoughts on any of the things we've been talking about today? I know sometimes it might be a little daunting to speak up, but did anything like about the chiropractic work? I don't know if they are teaching anything like that in vet school. Now, I know they didn't when I was a vet student, but any thoughts on what we've talked about today?
Well, actually, Dr. Lejeune, who has spoken with the board previously about integrative medicine, recently did a talk with, so I'm a third year, so the whole third year class got to discuss integrative medicine like chiropractic and acupuncture and things like that. And also Dr. Miller came and did his jurisprudence class, which is a really great experience for all of us to learn more about the trickier parts of becoming a veterinarian. And we also talked about it with him, referring to the chiropractic specifically, and like the legal restrictions with that. I guess, I mean, my personal thoughts on it would, as echoed by the university, would be probably along the lines of just the fact that, having people deal with animals that don't have any prior experience, or don't have to have any prior experience handling them, is definitely a concern. And I can see where the board has issues with not just, the fact that they're not, like, these people are certified in chiropractic, but if they're not certified in handling animals and comfortable with handling animals, and that's a really important aspect to look at.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much, Holly.
Thank you.
Okay, Anna. Hello.
Okay.
You're a little low volume.
Okay. Is that better at all?
Oh, it's much better. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then let me get my video set up here. Cool. Hello.
Hi. And I think it was you that we were talking about with the collaboration, right?
Yes. And so I'll address that in my report today. So good afternoon, members of the board. And for our newest member, my name's Anna Stiles, but you can call me Annie. And I'm a second year at Western U. So I'm going to start with some updates from our school, kind of at the tail end of the summer, and then kind of go into the beginning of this new school year. So the summer it was actually pretty action-packed for students and faculty alike. 21 students from the Veterinary Summer Research Program, myself included, presented their scientific posters at the National Veterinary Scholars Symposium in St. Paul, Minnesota this August. These students, we presented original research on topics including wildlife conservation, biochemistry, pharmacology, One Health, and oncology. So it was exciting to see so many of us decide to partake in, in summer research programs and then get to present our findings with many other students from across the country. And then on the faculty side of things, Doctors Peggy Barr and Pedro Denise went to the University of Wisconsin School of Veterinary Medicine. They were invited to speak at their Veterinary Medicine Collaborative Education Day in August, and they basically provided professional development and discussed active learning in veterinary medicine. And I wanted to highlight this because Western U has, we value the improvement and continuous kind of rethinking of veterinary education and how we can make it better. So Dr. Denise discussed the use of artificial intelligence in the classroom, while Dr. Barr discussed how to create cases for case-based learning, which is kind of the foundation of the Western U curriculum, is the problem-based learning model. Then we also had Gary Weiser, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. He's a senior 3D digital design engineer with the Western University Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning. And then we had two of our RVTs at the Western U Pet Health Center, Prisma Martinez and Zachary Morris. They went to Lincoln Memorial University Veterinary School in Tennessee in July. And they went to learn how to build better simulation models for veterinary education. We use a lot of cool models in our clinical skills classes to minimize the use of live animals because part of our school's foundation is the principle of reverence for life and the fact that no animals are harmed for the purpose of our education. And, it's important to know that harm is not necessarily simply life and death, but also just minimizing the use to minimize any stress or diminishing of quality of life for these animals. So that was exciting that they got to go and learn about new validated simulation models so that students can learn new techniques and procedures and practice clinical skills on these cool models. And then, so Western U's new incoming class, we welcomed 120 students to the class of 2028, and that is actually our largest class in the history of the college. So that's exciting. And just personally speaking, I'm very excited to be a second year, alongside this first year class. They are particularly enthusiastic and engaging in events in remarkable numbers. For example, I'm also the president of Parasitology Club, and we had our first event a few weeks ago And usually we get like 40 to 50 participants per event, but this time we had almost 90 participants, and most of them were first years. So that's exciting just to see more people coming in and not only having their record numbers, but seeing kind of even more enthusiasm, especially after or at this phase after the COVID-19 pandemic, where we see more burnout just overall in the profession. It's refreshing to see some good enthusiasm from them. And then a couple of updates. So I have reached out to and am trying to coordinate efforts to talk about the loan repayment program that Dr. Edie Marshall was talking about at the July meeting. So I'm still trying to coordinate how best to kind of get that information to students. I've discussed like kind of looping in our like food animal student organization to try to facilitate some events, again, to kind of get that information out to students. We want to focus on informing students earlier as opposed to later in their veterinary school career. And so we're currently working with the student organizations, and then I'm trying to coordinate with Dr. Marshall about telling students about the loan repayment plan specifically and how we can again just get more people aware of that program and how they can use it to their advantage. And then last meeting I also mentioned that there's a study with UC Davis and Western University students about their interest or lack thereof of a career in food animal medicine. So they're looking at the factors affecting the decision of veterinary students to pursue a career in food animal medicine, and they are kind of wrapping it up now. When I recently inquired, they said that they're like working on their conference poster and that can be shared with me in the next few weeks. So hopefully I can have information regarding that study for the January meeting. And then I had one kind of question for the board. Well, actually, sorry, before I go into that, I did want to highlight one alum's accomplishment, and Dr. Yvonne Cornejo, she graduated in 2015. She recently became board certified. She's now in like lab animal medicine, so she's an ACLM diplomate. And one of our newsletters reported that she became interested in lab animal medicine during her third year lab animal course at Oregon Health Sciences. And so I just wanted to highlight this as an example of the value and impact of the distributive model that Western U applies, especially at the third year level. The opportunity to get hands-on experience and diverse exposure to the vast world of veterinary medicine, again, especially during the third year, continues to be a feature of the Western U curriculum that students value. And there was a town hall organized by 3 of the major student organizations, like discussing with the curriculum committee, who were discussing a proposal for curriculum revision for third year. So I was proud that they were getting that like town hall set up, and they essentially highlighted again the value of the third year clinical components to the courses. And we continue to hear that students during their third year experiences off campus out in the community, that helped them kind of figure out what their veterinary passion is, because there are so many options. Then finally, so as a question for the board, mostly out of my own curiosity. So on July 24th, Governor Gavin Newsom announced several appointments to various boards, and on the news section of his website, each like blurb with the announcement of the appointment closed with a statement regarding the appointee's voter registration status. And I'm just wondering if the board knows why this specific information is included in those announcements. It just piqued my interest because I'm very passionate about voting rights and exercising the privilege to be able to vote. And I think especially as veterinarians, and like as part of the veterinary profession, participating in that political process is important. And so I was just wondering why that isn't included. I don't know if it's just because they want to. I'm not sure, but I would be interested to hear your thoughts. And so I'll end my report with that question, as well as encouraging everyone listening to not only register to vote, but if you're eligible, but to make a plan to vote, because your vote is an important way to advocate for California's consumers. So that concludes my report.
Awesome. Thank you. So do you know the answer to the question?
No, but it is that something that I can ask, but I do know that it's not just unique to this administration. That's something that has been historically reported since before my time at DCA. So over the last 16 years, they have the option to state their political party, or if they sometimes have the option to, well, they always have the option, but they decline to state. So that line is always put on there, and I hate that's how it's always done, but that is how it's been done. I don't know the rationale, but I can ask and then get back to you.
I can make a guess, but it would be it was just that, to show that it's not partisan and everybody gets a point. I don't know, would be my guess. Thank you so much. That was a great report. And if there's, anything we can do to connect you with the CDFA once you've, figured out a way to disseminate that. If you need our help, let us know for the loan repayment program thing. I did have a question for you. What is your favorite parasite?
Oh, that's a tough one. No one's ever asked me that before, actually.
See, I have a favorite, so that's why
okay. Well, there's my favorite in terms of like respect
looks.
for the parasite,
Uh-huh.
but then there's also favorite in terms of like, I guess, scientific curiosity. Heartworm disease is really like fascinating to me, and also the like epidemiological aspects of it. Yes. Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it just kind of, it didn't, you said heartworm disease, but you were kind of looking away when you said it. So she had asked me and I said heartworm disease. Yeah.
Yes. No, I'm interested in heartworm disease. So that parasitic infection is of great interest to me. In terms of like respect for a parasite, in that regards for favorite, I don't know. I might have to go with like an anaplasma. Those are kind of interesting, but I'm also really interested in hematology, so that's maybe where all this kind of coalesces. But I would love to hear your favorite parasite.
Well, my favorite helminth is a Nanophytes salmonella, but I also like Neorickettsia helminthica. So salmon poisoning disease in general to me is, I'm an internist, so you'll have to forgive me.
No, I'm interested in internal med, so I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, it's very interesting, that whole fluke and the Neorickettsia that lives in it and how sick the dogs get and how we can actually treat it and they get better. So anyway, that was an interesting note that you are the president of the Parasitology Club. So I love that. Any questions? Yeah, Dr. Grant.
Just to start with, I was the only one in my class to get an A in parasitology, and mine is the Thalasia californiensis, the first one to publish on it now. I was going to ask both the student members, have you been invited to the Breeders' Cup, the equine groups at all? I know that the Davis people often come down and tag along with some of the veterinarians.
I personally have not, but I would definitely be interested. I mean, I don't know if our like student chapter of equine practitioners has been included in that, but I personally do not know, but would be interested to hear more.
Yeah, our EMC Equine Medicine Club has been very involved in all of the different events that go on. Are you referring to the AAVP in particular or a different program?
No, well, the AP did a good job last year at San Diego, but
Yeah.
the Breeders' Cup is at Del Mar
Oh, right. Okay.
this year, and they usually come and help the anesthesia. I mean, it's a good experience if you get a chance to pass it on to your classmates.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
For
it's
sure.
going to be there next year too, so you can start planning ahead.
Ooh.
Thank you, ladies. I'm impressed with how well you can present yourselves at this stage and also your interest in worldly matters.
Yeah, it is really impressive. I just feel very lucky that, or just happy that you're participating in our board. And I just think you bring a lot to the table here. So thank you again. And hopefully it's helping the students at both of the institutions as well, just having a little connection and better understanding of our purpose. Any public comment?
Just can't resist.
What is it?
Grant Miller, California Veterinary Medical Association. My favorite parasite is Toxoplasma gondii. So is everyone aware of the crazy cat lady disease? Love it, right? So you put Toxoplasma into a mouse, the mouse no longer is afraid of the cat, so the cat can eat the mouse and the Toxoplasma can complete its life cycle. So for those of you who love your cats and don't think their litter box smells that bad and don't mind them sleeping in your bed, for all you know, you may have the crazy cat lady brain. Thank you.
We regularly make jokes about that in my household.
Wait, what did you say?
I was just saying we regularly make jokes about how all of us have toxo in our household because we have so many cats.
Right. Yeah. That
May
and
I-
Bartonella, right?
May I make a quick response?
Yes.
So at Western U, we have what's called interprofessional education. So we get like divided up for the first, at least for the first 2 years, we get divided up into small groups with other students from the different healthcare professional colleges at our school. So in my group, I have a pharmacist, physical therapist, 2 DO students, and a podiatrist. So it's a fun group. But I constantly have to remind them of zoonotic diseases that they need to be on the lookout for. And one of the first ones that they had no idea about was toxoplasmosis. And one of the DO students said, "Huh, that's helpful to know." which was just, you know, further proof that veterinary medicine is awesome.
It's the best. Thank you. Moderator, can you open it up for public comment online, please?
Absolutely. We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button. For mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, you guys. We're coming up with more parasites, but we do have to move on, but it really was, we could talk about parasites for a long time. Okay, so agenda item 13 is my report. A lot of what I have been up to has been reported already under the AAVSB report, where I attended the annual meeting in September. Then the chiropractic meeting that I had. Dr. Solicito and I attended a DCA leadership meeting recently. One of the speakers did say something that kind of struck me that I just wanted to share, which was a reminder about our role as board members, and that it really is a gift to be able to make a difference in people's lives. In this role, we're able to make a difference. It's also a gift to be able to support so many people. So it just, I was like, that's really nice, and it's true. To have some meaning in what we're doing is really, I'm grateful for that. Another thing from that meeting that was discussed around budget cuts was that we needed to reframe our thinking to think about resourcefulness versus resources. And I feel like we already do this, and by we, I mean Jessica. No, seriously, I just want to commend you, Jessica, for you're always ahead of the game. You've been thinking this way since I joined the board, how to use the resources we have to do more and be more efficient and be more effective, rather than just saying, oh, we need more money, we need more money. You're trying to, you've been great. And that's what that reminded me of when they said that. So I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you and commend you. There's also an ask by the leadership of DCA for us to look at ways to save money as a board. This involved things like holding committee meetings virtually, attending conferences virtually, using state buildings, which all of which we are already doing, which is great. And I wanted to say again, thank you to all of our MDC members, as we have said we needed to do things virtually for cost purposes, and all of our MDC members have chosen to come at their own cost in person and participate because they felt like it's more effective and a better way of doing business. And that just really shows their exceptional dedication and commitment to things. So thank you for that. Let's see here. They also talked about language access plans regarding minimum standards for developing forms and I think website access, but it was for people where English is not their language. And I wanted to say that we already have this in our strategic plan 1.3. So so that's great. It did. There was some discussion about what like the questions to ask would be, what are the vital documents that are needed? What are the top languages that we need to think about? And, it's different for each profession, like the Barbara and Cosmo, they had a top language is Vietnamese. I don't think that would be our top language. So these are some things to think about. And I just wondered when I was in that meeting, do we need to establish a committee to work on this? It is in our strategic plan, so it's on our radar. But though I thought that was interesting. And then the only other item was that Jessica and I attended the last CVMA Board of Governors meeting virtually and updated then. I wasn't able to attend the entire meeting, so I don't have that much more to report on that. But this is my last meeting as president, so thank you for allowing me to be your president, and I hope that I've done my job well enough. But thank you, everyone, for your hard work, and it's really made this position easy. So thank you, and that's it. So any questions?
I'm going to say thank you to you because I don't think anybody realizes how much work you do. And I don't want to scare off whoever becomes president next. But you do a lot of work, Dr. Bradbury, and thank you very much for putting in the time, and you have represented this board very well. And so thank you for that. And we do appreciate it. I know I appreciate it. So thank you.
And I second that.
Any public comment? Moderator, can you open it up to those online, please?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. All right, next up, we have our RVT report from Christy Pulowski.
Yeah, I have nothing to report new this week except for to say happy National Veterinary Technicians Week because that's the most important thing to say. And so I apologize, but there is nothing new to report because we have exhausted so much RVT stuff over the last 2 months. We have so much stuff that we've been talking about, so I appreciate that.
So that didn't make sense to me. You said there's nothing to report because we've been talking about it.
We've been talking about it in all of we have like subcommittees on it, RVT stuff, so I don't need to talk about anything new is my
Got
point.
it. It's
Yeah.
been presented already.
It's been presented.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Well, thank you for all of your hard work and having to do this because every time and having to be on the MDC. Thank you very much. Anybody else have any comments, questions? No? Public comment in the room? None. Public comment online, please.
We are once again open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, please. Okay, so now we are moving on to agenda item 15, future agenda items. I had a list from the last meeting. So Jessica.
From the last meeting, we had the request for a presentation from HCI to come and give an update of the veterinary data and the shortage that they're collecting. As a reminder, they came out a couple years ago about the legislation that was passed to require the allied health boards to collect certain demographic data and in relation to where they're practicing upon renewal. So upon renewal, licensees have the option to provide specific data that we've been collecting over the last couple of years. So there's a request for them to come and give a presentation and update to that. And that, I believe, language is part of that survey, Dr. Bradbury. So I think that would also help identify the top languages. But if not, then we definitely can look into that further. The other request that we had from the last meeting was the CVMA had requested a regulatory proposal in 2086.4 regarding the RVTs to allow them to obtain continuing education credit for participating in the spay and neuter events, similar to what veterinarians are already able to obtain. And we had initially thought, I met with the MDC executive committee, and we had thought it was pretty straightforward and we are going to provide it to the board. We agendized it. We worked with our regulatory council to make it work. And then the more discussion we had, we realized it wasn't as straightforward as we thought it was. And she made some proposed changes. And then while I was out at the AVSB meeting, there was even more changes that were proposed. And I'm like, whoa, I think that we're just going a little above what what CVMA had requested. And I wouldn't want to put this on the agenda without looping them in. But I knew that I also didn't have the time to meet with them because I was at AVSB. And so I had asked our team, Tara and Elizabeth and Matt and Justin, to meet with CVMA to go over the concerns that were being raised and potential solutions. And so I think where we landed was that we likely have to do a legislative proposal to clean up the continuing education statutes, both for RVTs and veterinarians. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it right. And so we anticipate that coming to the board in January. Hopefully this will be included into our sunset report to address it. And then another thing that I wanted to put on the board's radar is related to ICVA's retake policy of the NAVLE. They recently changed it to they are allowing 5 attempts on the ICVA, and that's it, except that's it means that's it, and then you get an appeal. And they have various concerns of why they don't want to allow additional attempts for that. But what they do is in that appeal process, then they'll go to the states and ask the states, will you accept this this passing score if it's their 20th attempt? Are you still going to accept it? Right now, many state boards, I don't know if most, but I think it is, but many state boards don't have any, like us, requirements on the examination eligibility. They just require that they pass the exam. And so there's some states who have a policy that to align with what the ICVA policy is and only allow that 5 attempts. But when they come to us and they ask us, will you allow it? Our laws don't prohibit that, that passing score if it was the 20th attempt. And they have some significant concerns with that. But what they're also finding is that those individuals will then start shopping for states of who will allow them a pathway. And we are one of those states. And so I think it's something to invite ICVA to come and talk about their concerns with allowing more attempts, just so the board fully understands potential ramifications of just accepting forever that pass rate. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. And then just from this meeting, I have noted it was suggested to request the proponents for the chiropractic care on animals to come and give a presentation, and then the presentation from ACVA.
Okay, so we won't be able, and then I still have the Spectrum of Care initiative.
Yes.
On my list, which has been on the list for a while. I mean, it was Dr. Noland who recommended that.
So the Spectrum of Care has been put to the outreach committee working with UC Davis. That's what we have touched on with UC Davis. And so it was reported on, it's in the work. So we haven't come and given the recommendations and the updates to the board yet.
Okay. And then can we, I liked having the CDFA give updates maybe every other meeting.
Okay.
I don't know how everyone feels about that, but I really like having the I mean, we have the blood banks. updates on rendering, and then I'd really love an update on the H5N1 influenza outbreak and how that's affecting things. And we wouldn't be able to do all of these in the same meeting, I don't think. I guess it depends on how many cases we have too.
Yeah.
So, anyway, any other suggestions?
I think the dairy cattle bird flu would be very good just to update the whole board so we can be better informed when
Yeah.
people start asking us about things.
Yeah.
'Cause I think it's pretty intricate, and I've heard there's a lot of cats, possibly more than what's publicly known, and
Did you say cats, feline? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. So are they dairy cats?
I guess it must be out at the dairies or something. Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. There, see, we don't know. That's why
Oh.
we need someone to come tell us more about it. Any other suggestions? Holly? Anna? Annie? Okay, public comment. Moderator, can you open it up to public comment online, please?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 15. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of your screen. For our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so we have come to the end of our agenda for today. Do you guys want to maybe do one of the administrative slash licensing type things, get that done, or would you like to convene? Jessica, do we have time to do one of those?
Well, I would say probably not the admin report because we
Right.
don't have the budget team.
Right, but maybe they start with examination and licensing?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to take some things out of order here. We're going to go to agenda item 26. I think it's B, examination and licensing. Who's presenting on that?
I will be presenting that agenda item. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. So we have the examination and licensing report for you. And as always, we have some updates from examination vendors, the ICVA. I won't go through them all line by line, but there is a board of directors meeting in June. Dr. Vengren presented at the Diversity Summit in July. There's also a veterinary educational assessment article published in July. And they made changes to the executive committee in August.
Let me just interrupt you for a second. You may not know what the ICVA does. For the new member, is a kind of, do you know what the ICVA does? Yeah, the NAVLE. Yeah. So I just didn't know if that's why we're presenting on it. So go ahead. Sorry.
No problem at all. Thank you. I didn't intend to cause confusion. Then we have from the AAVSB, their increasing exam windows was the major update that we got from September 2024. We provided that update basically here for you summarized with the new exam windows. I think they added a 5th exam window was the big change there.
A 4th.
Oh, a 4th. I'm sorry. It must be late in the day. I thought I saw 5 bullet points there. And then they provided, any questions could be directed to Channing Benson, who I think was also mentioned earlier in the meeting. We provided the address there. Then on to our board updates for licensing updates. We have received a slight increase in number of applications comparing the first quarter of fiscal year 24-25 to 23-24. And then we have the breakdown. So we have an increase in veterinary applications received, decrease in RVT applications received, increase in VACSPs, and decreases in premises and university licenses. Then in issued permits and licenses and registrations, we also saw an increase comparing the 2 quarters. Increase in veterinary licenses issued, decrease in RVT licenses issued, increase in VACSPs issued, decrease in the hospitals, and increase in the universities. And that's kind of goes, I guess, along with the applications received. We saw similar like increases and decreases per license types. For pending applications, the decrease is approximately 33% comparing this quarter, the first quarter of this year to the first quarter of last fiscal year. And the breakdowns there again, veterinaries decreased, RVTs decreased, VACSPs decreased, HSPs decreased, university vets decreased or increased, but they're always the smallest number too. But I think it's good to see those pending applications trending downward. We also have the license population update for you all, which also increased almost across the board. It looks like the only decrease again was HSPs there. And then we just reporting on the Service Members Civil Relief Act, a recognized licensees, registration, and permits. I think it says right here, we have received 5 applications and recognized 1. And I'm not sure if that was eligibility that the others didn't make the recognition or not, or if they're still in process. So I can follow up on that if necessary. And then we just have the licensing stats and the graphs for you. And a link to the application processing times was provided as well.
So I just had a question, like some of these, it has, for example, the veterinary premises applications received,
Mhm.
and then registrations issued.
Mhm.
So like there's more registrations issued than applications received.
And that's, I think, the pending applications and why that's going down too, or
Okay.
yeah.
And for the HSPs, are they ever not accepted?
What do you mean not accepted?
Like not issued, like somebody applies and then somebody's, you don't actually,
There's no like
approve it?
background check component similar to like a fingerprinting check, right? So
Yeah, it would be very rare if we don't issue it once the application's received. There are times though, and actually something that we're working with Ms. Lutz on, there's some entities that have requested to get a premises registration at a location that a premises registration already exists. And so in those, we don't issue multiple premises registrations to the same location. And so that's is something that we're trying to work through on the request for why they are requesting that. But to my knowledge, is the only reason why we have denied a registration.
Okay.
And do those applications expire too, Jessica, at the same?
All our applications expire after a year.
The other thing I could think of is if there is a deficient application that didn't get resolved within a year, but it's not us denying it, it's just that it got essentially abandoned or expired at that point.
Okay. And then for your application processing times, which I don't have it open and linking, but like for license application processing time, it says like 2 days or 3 days, which is amazing, particularly relative to when I first started on the board. So nice job on that. But when does that start and finish? Because like I know of people that have, it's been longer and
Yeah, so to clarify, and I think that we are exploring ways to make this more clear, because I think at some point it may be misleading if a licensee or an applicant is looking at this and finding out from the day I give my application, how long will it take to get my license?
Right.
And so we are going to improve this to clarify this, because what this is indicating is the number of days that is within our control. So if we got a complete application, there's no deficiencies, that's how long it takes us to process. But if we get the application and we issue a deficiency notice, then we put on what's called a milestone that stops the clock, because we can't control that we need additional information from them. Maybe they haven't passed the national exam yet, they haven't gotten fingerprinted, or they haven't done various things. And so that clock is stopped until they give us that information, and then that milestone is removed and the clock starts again. And so this is only tracking those that are with the time that's within our control.
Yeah, I mean, because sometimes it inadvertently is within our control, right? Like there's a mistake or something like that. And so it does falsely
Yeah.
keep that number very low.
Yeah, and so if you look at in our sunset report, there's a section on there that says it breaks it out between what's within the control and outside the control, and I think that that would be more helpful for all those involved to find out how long it takes, and then look at ways to make it more transparent than what's on here.
Thanks. Also, I do wonder, sometimes if something in the way we're presenting data to applicants is not as clear as we think it is. Because I feel like sometimes, I've had people who are specialists applying for jobs or applying for a license, and they've failed to, they had delinquencies or not delinquencies, sorry, deficiencies in their application. So they've failed to check all the boxes, and they somehow are just, they're not navigating the system as easily as we think it should be for them. And they're very intelligent individuals. So not that, I think we all rush through things when we read them. So it's not, but I just wonder if there's some way for us to investigate, like do some exit interview type things on some that we've had issues with, to find out where they're going wrong, where we might be able to improve the process and make it smoother for applicants. So just a thought I had. Any other comment? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, another idea, and I think it was during a discussion of one of the regional meetings, looking at our system to try to improve it, is really utilize newer board members and have them, not only with the system itself, but with our website to help the information is displayed on our website. If we give maybe like a scavenger hunt for new board members and say, go find these things and find out how long it takes them to find it, because they're not familiar with our website, and then get some feedback that way. Similarly, have them go through the application process, because it might have been a long time since they've done that, and see, is it clear and where can we improve?
Well, it shouldn't have been that long of a time.
Well,
but yes, that would be great. I like that. I think that would be great. Yeah, I think we need to kind of try and look at it in some other ways. So that'd be great. Any other comments, questions, public comment? Moderator, would you open it up, please?
We are open for public comment on item 26. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now.
Sorry, just to clarify, this is agenda item 26B.
26B as in Bravo.
Yes, thank you.
We are open for public comment. Please raise that hand. We're going to take a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. I think enforcement may take more than 15 minutes. It might or may not take more than 15 minutes. Can we do 26D outreach?
Is Jeff here?
Is Jeff here?
I don't think,
It's okay.
no, he's not here.
Okay, well then I think the strategic plan, well, that may not take that long. We'll do that. Let's do, we'll move on. We'll skip 26D. We'll come back to that, 26E, strategic plan.
All right, so you'll see at the top of the strategic plan objective tracker, and thank you, Matt, for updating the little pie charts up there, but you'll see there that we're roughly 25% through all of the tasks, which is good because we're through almost through the first part of the first year. So I think that's we're on track. There are a few things that are in red that are not with our intent or initial stated target completion. What we have noticed is that we tend to do this, is we front load a lot of our objectives and tasks, and then we get into it and say like, what were we thinking? But so there are some that we're a little behind on it, and you'll see in the next board meeting in January, updated targets to make it more realistic. But we do still have updates. For example, the artificial intelligence, even though as not completed yet, I have initiated discussions with DCA's Chief Information Officer and Chief Technology Officer of how to make this work on our website. And the first thing that they wanted to clarify, it sounds like what from the discussions that the board had, is that you're not necessarily looking for AI, you're looking for a chatbot feature on our website to help individuals navigate things that are already on the website. And so right now we're looking at potential options and then the costs and resources it will be to maintain that chatbot. And we hope to have updates at the January meeting. And then you'll see throughout here, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing because it's all there, but we have a number of items that are completed in dark green. The others are either in progress or pending. I don't think there's anything else that that we needed to go over. Were there any questions about the status of the strat plan?
Okay, you guys are probably tired of hearing my voice. So on the 1.1.2, create monthly reports for phone calls, it says it's in progress. What does it mean when you have it in progress? Like,
So it means that we've started it, but it hasn't been fully completed. The one with the phone calls is that we put in a request from our IT team to provide some reports on tracking our phone calls. And we've received data back, but some of the data doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So we've asked them to narrow it down more. But it's tracking how many calls we get, how many calls are answered, how many go to voicemail. But what we're not sure of is, because we have a phone tree, if they call in, is it counting when it comes to the main tree and then goes to an individual, and then if it rings so many times and it goes to another individual and rings, and we don't know where that's falling. So we're working to make that report that we got more user friendly so we can really use it.
great.
But it's in progress, just not completed.
Okay. Let's see here. This is on page 3. Pardon me. 2.12. After going to the AAVSB, they were always asking about what can we do to help you more, and 2.1.2. Oh boy. Sorry, I don't think this is going to help, so I may just stop talking, but I wondered if we could ask them if there was a way that they could provide a service where they checked applicants in all states for discipline.
So they do, it's called they have the Viva Adult or Vault database, and it's a service that the applicants can pay for, not only for discipline, but if they have transcripts, they can house the transcripts, and then if they're licensed in other states. The issue with the discipline is less than 50% of the states are actually reporting the discipline to AAVSB. And so because of that, we can't rely on AAVSB to be that source, because they're only reporting on the information that they have. But what we are doing to try to increase that is we're the first in the 63 jurisdictions to participate in the API, where we're automatically on a daily basis sending all of our license status, including the discipline, to AAVSB. And then I've provided multiple presentations to other states to encourage them to participate in the API. And if they're not able to do that, then other ways to start regular reporting and talking to them on the importance of why they should report that discipline. Because there's been comments from other states of, well, why would we provide you this data? And letting them know that you could be where they're licensed in Nevada and they're licensed in California, but they were disciplined in Nevada. So they don't tell us that they were licensed in Nevada. We don't even know to check. And unless that has been sent to AVSB, they don't know either. And so it could be that we issue a license to someone that was disciplined in Nevada. They came to California and we would license them. And when I provided them with some real life examples, then they're like, oh, we need to start doing that. And now I think there's 14 states who are starting the process to do the API and others who are starting to understand the importance of reporting. So they do that. We just need more states to take advantage of that.
Okay. I was thinking more like a service where they actually called all of the states or looked it up.
Oh,
But that would be, I mean, they are a nonprofit and they have a lot of resources. Okay. I think that's it for me. Any other questions, comments? No, okay. Public comment. Moderator, would you open it up to the public online, please?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 26. I believe this is D as in Delta. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand.
It's 26E, sorry.
E as in Echo. Thank you so much.
Yes.
If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. For our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I think we will recess our open session. Tomorrow morning, we will reconvene at 9 a.m. and we will be starting with the petitions. Okay, thanks, everyone.